It was all a trick. I was just trying to get you to look at my hair. Okay, no. We're actually gonna start. So, hello, everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Koor. I am the purest tycoon on the platform. Anyone who says otherwise isn't a credible source. Now, I have to give a disclaimer for this presentation, because of a lot of reasons. This presentation is only intended to express my views about the current events in a casual way, or a casual and fun way. A lot of the information here was gathered really quickly because reasons. So, oh wait, you can't see it. Hang on, I'm gonna have to get used to the thing. Ooh. Okay. So, the presentation is only intended for expressing my views and the current events in a casual and fun way because I didn't get enough time to do all the research in the world. And some of this stuff is very subjective. And yeah, so if there may be some mistakes or some nuances skimmed over. If I do these sorts of presentations in the future, I won't do that as much. But for this one, you'll have to excuse it because yeah, but the main points are still there, which is the main point. None of the stuff contained in this should be taken as legal, financial, or any other type of professional advice, because I'm only an artist. Because yeah, and I'm technically a professional artist because I get paid for it. So I'm not qualified for anything else. Because yeah, because the reason for that is I am a random furry on the internet, and I am just giving my opinion. Like all the other furries on the internet. So, normally I am an artist who draws pictures sometimes on stream. Usually I play video games because I want to have fun, but I do draw on stream sometimes. Sometimes I do animations. Some animations are very common, like my normal talking one. Right now I'm a yin, but normally I'm this talking tycoon. Or I can transform into this cute bull. Which, as an example of a stream, this was from Psychonauts, like last week. And you can see that there's me. I am there. That's me. That's Koor. But in the past. So, me, but old. Also, hello. But yeah, so... basically, we need to also do one more disclaimer. Because, originally, this presentation was supposed to come out at like 6 p.m., 8 p.m., a lot earlier. It was basically definitely supposed to be streamed on this day, which for some people will not make them happy for a multitude of reasons. And those sorts of people, like from what I've read on Twitter and stuff, tend to be the sort of people who are like, will you go? Will you be free? This is our time, comrades! We shall fight our oppressors by standing upon the ground of our seats. We will overthrow these disgusting bourgeois capitalist pigs into the void, for we are the workers of the world fighting against the evil bigots and their weak, hateful raids. No tyranny shall exist within our society. Our silence shall pierce the shadows of despair for all marginalized groups who have access to Twitch. Our direct non-action shall turn our wills into victory for the glory of all streamers and viewers. Those who dare cross the picket line shall not tread easily, for our might will rain upon them with words such as a scab, a doo-doo head. Wait, is that a fucking slur? What the goddamn... I mean, the strike shall prevail. We will be victorious. Do not have any doubts, my fellow gamers. Rejoice, for this is our future. Do not listen to this unpure Koor, for he will lead you astray from our dear and glorious social theory of, you know, everyone else that seems to, like, you know, think a lot of things. So, egg. So yeah. Oh, so many egg. Hello. But yeah. So, I needed to I want to make a second disclaimer. Oh, Carmen47, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. I'm gonna make a second disclaimer. just in case, because again, I've read some Twitch, or I have read some Twitter stuff and some Twitch stuff, and I have not liked everything that I've seen. Tasty Man Milk, thank you for the follow. Hope you have fun of your time. Also, Steamed Skinners, thank you for the follow as well. Hello, I'm Koor. Koor here. Big Koor. Large and in charge Koor. I am a person of color. I am part of the LGBT plus community. I have a small learning and reading disability, and worst of all, I'm a furry. That is right. If you are concerned about marginalized groups, let me tell you, furries can go from tales of depressing and horrific events in their lives to absolutely shitting their pants at the sight of crust being left on their PB&J. So with such a range of opinions, I think it would be good to mention these labels so that people don't just make accusations against others, because that is very annoying to watch. No one should be telling me I don't have a voice, or should be getting angry at me for streaming on this day, because hate raids are things that would affect me. I have not luckily been hate raided, because I have been careful about which tags I use, because I know that if I use certain tags, I have a higher chance of being raided. So I only use the LGBT plus tag and the furry tag, which it seems more like the LGBT plus tag gets rated a lot. But I think my streams are short, so I don't get it, which is good. So I don't use the other tags that I could actually use. Also because Twitch has a 5 tag limit, because they're dumb. And yeah, let's see. Let me read my disclaimer notes. So yeah, basically I'm here speaking about this because I am tired of fixes not being implemented. I'm tired of listening to people go like, maybe this will finally work, maybe Twitch will finally listen to us, instead of going like, this plan will work. I don't understand why we are doing things that we know are going to fail. I don't know why we were spending our time literally doing nothing. And I want things to be better, which is the point of this presentation. I want things to get better. I want us to stop not making things better and waiting for a miracle to happen, which also means that I don't want anyone to miscontextualize me for saying things or thinking that like I'm dunking on the boycott. I'm not. I think the boycott is kind of okay with a lot of issues. So I don't want people who are on the opposite side going like, oh yeah, Koor's right. Those people are dumb and weak. They should just to take the abuse. It's the internet. They can just, there are tools that they can have. Stop that. I don't like that. I think that's really dumb. I think that's really harmful. I think the internet is special in the fact that the visibility of the abuse is the exception. Because most of the time, a lot of people have a really bad time and are abused a lot, or have to just deal with a lot of racism, sexism, transphobia, blah, blah, all the time. And it's just not visible because it's a lot easier to track on the internet than it is in your day-to-day life, because a lot of it is outside your purview. So expecting people to have to deal with that here is a failure of society. It's a failure of society that it happens out in the real world. It's a failure that in our fantasy little interconnected digital world that we have allowed that to be here as well. And I think that we should change that, because that would be nice. I would like to not have this presentation exist. I would like to not think about these things. I would like in the future to already have solved the problem by working towards solutions that get rid of all these issues. That'd be nice. That would make my life better. That would actually improve my life. Not hoping Twitch does something, but never does. So yeah. And yeah. People who think that people should just be expect the abuse, you should become better immediately, because you're below the bar of like minimum standards. You need to go you need to go to the minimum. For everyone who's doing the boycott, they're doing okay, but I think they can improve, which is the main point of all of this. Also, hello, there's a lot more purple on the screen now. Also, yeah, that's hate raids can't, well, hate raids themselves don't have to be a big deal, but it's still a thing of like, if somebody's calling you the N-word, and you've been called it in real life, and then you have to go on a platform where it's supposed to be fun and exciting, and then you know that there are people actively trying to say that to you on the platform, like, you're not sad by it because it's like, oh, well, it's expected, but like, it still sucks because it's like, well, now it's here too. Cool. So I don't think it should just be something that it's just casually like, it's fine to be left here, or to be said as like, it's just a thing. But I think that like we need to actually take it more seriously and also assess how much we can actually deal with it, because there are going to be problems with it that we can't deal with. But there are also mindsets that we can take to deal with the problem a lot faster. Yeah. Also, people aren't going to boycott at the branches, I'm certain. And yeah, waiting for other people to fix the issue is not going to be helpful, which we will discuss in this presentation. And yeah. Also, Ralph, thank you for the follow. I hope you have a fun and pure time. And also, 1-Bit Bandit, thank you for the 1-bit. I've been bandited by the 1-Bit Bandit. Thank you. Also, yeah, we shouldn't expect abuse. It's not great. But yeah, so I think that we're on the Twitch platform right now, which is primarily about games. And one of the best things about games is that we learn from failure, and that we learn to do better. Super Mario Brothers for the NES is a very old game that has been perfected immensely to the point of being scary to watch speedruns. But before anyone got there, a lot of people had to get over the first Goomba. And we're not at the first Goomba anymore, but we are not beating Bowser yet. And we need to actually learn the mechanics of the system to defeat Bowser, and to hopefully make better things, make better systems, because that's what games are. They're systems that we have fun with, but mechanically are still things that we have learned from our failures to correct our course, so that we do not end up like this GIF Mario in the hole constantly. And from those things, like from being able to defeat that first Goomba and see the rest of the game, be able to master the game and stuff, we have been able to discover a lot of friends. We have been able to, when we have the resources to buy the NES, have experiences that like change our lives. Like something as silly as this stupid Nintendo game is something that is very meaningful, and is, you know, as people who play games, I think that we take more lessons from this, because I think that it can make or take us far. I think that the experiences that we learn from these are magical, and the sort of events that happen outside of them are also super magical, because like without Super Mario Brothers, without the teams who made these games, we would have never gotten official Bowser TF. So you may be like, oh no, Koor, no, the boycott, it would work. That wasn't a failure. That was fine. We were doing well. And to that, before I say to that, Varuk the Circle and Wolf Pineapple 13, thank you for the follow. Hope you have fun and pure time. But yes, no, you say. It should work. It was about rallying people in solidarity, you know, because when you solidarily do nothing, it helps. We did something today, and I have to say, at 3 a.m., there were a shit ton of people on, still streaming, and you may go like, no, it's fine. That's because of time zones. Time zones are what caused this. Once the time zone changes, it will be fine. Okay, look, it's 5 a.m. Like it's still, you know, there's some obligations and stuff. Like, they're probably just there for a little bit. It's fine. You don't have to worry about them. Well, okay, look, 7 a.m. is way too early for you to be up, Koor. Why were you up at this time? But also, these are just big streamers. Like, look at these pieces of shit. Twitch, popular people, like popular people, they don't care about the little people. They don't care about anyone else. They are just in it for the money. All they care about is, oh shit, it's the small streamers too. Or kind of. I tried to get a screenshot of like 1 viewer channels, and there were so many 0 viewer channels that I could not scroll through any of them. So these are my recommended. These are all my recommended. And so it's not just like a big small thing. It's not going to be a big small thing. Like, this is an issue that will just persist because there are underlying reasons why these like other streams still happened, and they're not scabs for being that. So this is 3 p.m. The final screenshot I took, I could have taken one later because this presentation is late, but this was just a good example of how at 3 p.m. where everyone's awake, where everyone's really going, you got a lot of numbers for Twitch. Twitch was not having a bad day today. They may have had a less of day today, or a less numbers day, but they were still doing numbers. So that wasn't going to, like, the way of the boycott wasn't going to help, because there's one fatal flaw in this boycott before any of the other fatal flaws can be discussed, which is or see if I can do a fancy thing. Whoa. That's the main issue of all of this. We are on Twitch, and Twitch is an entire system of engagement. So much engagement everywhere. Twitch wants you to be on this platform. Twitch wants you to engage with its systems. Twitch wants you to buy the bits, to play the sounds, to do all the things. They want you here. They want all your attention. They need you. They need you to press the button. They need you to listen to me, the streamer, and to be on this platform. They want you to stay here. They want you here. They want you to press these very wiggly buttons. And the problem with that is that when you have a system of engagement, that means that there's an entire ecosystem that it to where a boycott is going to fail immediately, which is the main thing that a lot of people have pointed out. Also, Potato God, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. With that follow, with the engagement of your stuff falling down to my screen, because it's very fancy. There is one thing that has caused this entire boycott to fail for the people who talked about money, and that is subscriptions. Subscriptions happen every month, and this boycott is 1 day. So we have failed. So the other point is we're doing solidarity stuff. I will discuss later why that doesn't work, but specifically for right now, everything is decentralized to where the money that you're giving is given to Twitch. When you buy bits, it's stored. You don't have the bits. Twitch has the money and just has given you an allocated amount of bits. So they have your money. When you have subs, all you've done is given Twitch money and recurring money, which you are more, because it's automatically being charged to your account, is most likely going to be charged again, because if it's easier for them to get money from you, and because humans are kind of lazy, admittedly, you're more likely to pay them. So there's a whole ecosystem of money that is going around that no amount of boycotting will ever fix. You will have to do a lot of other things to actually fix those issues specifically. Also, yeah. Well, there are multiple elephants in the room. We're gonna TF a bunch of elephants right now. So yeah, so subscriptions are basically the boycott money killer argument. Anyone that says that, you can basically just go like, no. Also, oh, Spotty Fox, thank you for the sub. That's very kind of you to do. Also, egg. It has rolled. But yeah, so now you could be like, well, the boycott could have at least, it wouldn't have done money, like all the money stuff, but at least, you know, the big streamers could have at least like worked with like smaller streamers and like gone off the platform to not at least generate more money. But the problem is that like when you miss a day of work and don't get paid, you lose a huge percentage of your salary. Twitch is not losing a lot of money when you don't do this. Honestly, there's some nuances where like you actually could be giving them more money by not streaming, because not having that many viewers, while also like if you don't have enough viewers to cover the cost of the bandwidth, you're actually costing Twitch money, which means by not streaming, you have given Twitch money. That's a rumor. I haven't been able to completely search into that, but with how like servers work and stuff, it's not far-fetched to like understand that like, yeah, you probably are costing them a little bit of money if they have their system set up in a certain way. So, when you're talking about Twitch numbers, when like actual like how much money does Twitch actually get, you're discussing like millions of dollars. You're discussing like huge amounts of money where like 10k is meaningless per day at that point. There is no amount of boycotting that's going to get rid of Twitch's power over that. And this timestamp that you'll notice is at 5:40 p.m., which is where Ludwig was streaming his stuff today. And you'll also notice on the chart over there that Ludwig is one of the US citizens who has a lot of money, which to just point out really quickly, you'll notice on the map that the top people who are in the US, like this company is in the US, so it's going to get certain things. Also, oh, I forgot about sound alerts. I may have to like I'll have to play that next stream. Or I'll play it next time you're here, because this presentation screen is non-existent for some things. I'm sorry. But yeah, there's KG Mori, thank you for the follow. It'll be a fun and pure time. So you'll notice that the US company has a lot of US citizens that participate and actually get a lot of money from the system. And I couldn't do the research fast enough, but if you look into who are like the top people at Twitch, even though America is a very diverse place with a lot of people, because we are supposedly, like, we're supposed to be the country of immigrants, you'll notice a lot of disparities with the top 10. And if you start doing statistics and stuff, it should be different, and it's not. So, you know, one of the reasons why, like, a very valid point is like one of the reasons why bigger streamers may not participate is because they don't have to deal with some of the things in a similar way as like smaller people do. Like if you get hate rated, like it's annoying at points, and sometimes you notice that the trolls are doing things. But if you're a smaller POC creator and somebody's doing the same thing, but they're also using like centuries of history to like bash you and your entire family, it can be a little bit different. So those experiences aren't always the same, and that should be taken accounted for. But these big streamers are not oblivious, unless like you actually get like a himbo or something. Most big streamers aren't oblivious, so much so that I accidentally came onto Ludwig's stream at a time where he actually said this very insightful note. Oh, will it go? Oh, did it freeze? Oh no, it's fine. Okay, we're gonna watch this clip because I think that it explains a lot of this presentation alone, and is something that was said casually. And I'm sure that if you check the VOD afterward, it was made into a joke for 2 seconds, or not, maybe serious, but like nothing came of it. Probably, I would be very surprised if it did.
A day of Twitch, not trying to be a dickhead, just a little reminder for everyone. No, I appreciate that, Mary. I also don't mind. I actually think that the main power that people have is bandwagoning people and shaming them into doing shit. Like, if my chat just literally spammed a day off Twitch for 3 hours straight to the point where I wouldn't be able to interact with chat, I would just end my fucking stream. The viewers have so much more power than they think. The same power that is used for BTS
to simplify the game,
to upvote every single song they make and YouTube video they make to be #1 trending,
where does Night really go?
Can also be used for social progress.
Oh no, I think I have to take it. Yeah, we just take it.
And there's that. And you may go like, yeah, if that's what like the boycott was. It's like us being together. But the thing is that like sitting around doing nothing is collective action of doing nothing. And a lot of these streamers are going to keep streaming because they're in categories that are completely separate from each other. Like, also, yeah, he was pretty serious about that message. Like, I'm sure that if people did it, like, he would have actually stopped the stream. But the thing is that, like, he would have been one of many of these categories. If you want to be in chatting and then go to Zelda, you can do that. But there are a lot of people who are only, like, in Zelda or Metroid or in, like, any of these categories and will never see another category. Actual connection between these chats is very little, which means that you need the viewership to actually collect and do things. And a lot of times, what happens is the viewer will collect around the person and then will do actions around the person that benefit them. So you basically start having these loose connections of what Twitch and everyone else calls communities, which is more similar to cults at points, where you have a charismatic leader and then you have a bunch of followers who then do stuff to help the follower. And that's the bad way of phrasing it, but it also does help to explain like that these tags that were added here do help connect people together, but what like system in Twitch actually connects you? Like something that would physically connect people is to have group streams where like people have like the same the same page with the same like 4 different screens or something, or even one screen, and they play the same game together and they all get the same revenue together. And that doesn't happen because Twitch has every single individual creator have their own page and gets paid on their specific page, which means that if you get into a specific category and do specific actions, you can get on the top of that category, steamroll, and become a very large creator who then becomes the main creator. And passing that on to other people can kind of work with raids, but raids is just forcing somebody into another chat, and that's it. Then you say a message and then you leave, because there's not really a true interaction in that raid. It's just the suggestion of maybe staying in Twitch for longer. That's what raids are for. Raids are not for community building, they are for keeping you on the system. The same thing for like YouTube and their autoplays. Autoplays are for you to discover more people via moving to another stream and hoping that you attach to it. And that's it. It's not like nothing in Twitch is community building. Everything is specifically around the one creator. Their page is about the one creator. Their emotes are about the one creator, unless the creator of the emotes like do something else. But usually the most popular emotes are like some like cool expression, some neat, cute, weird expression, and then the creator. Because why would you make an emote that doesn't go back to you? Because if it doesn't go back to you, it doesn't go back to your page. And if it doesn't go back to your page, then people won't use it. So you have this like thing where you're basically like all of Twitch systems are trying to keep you on here, and they try to keep you in a way that will most likely keep you here. If a group of people aren't here and you want that group to be here, well then you're not going to come here. But if you can get attached to one person on here and you keep getting attached to one person, then that means that there's a more likely chance that you stay here. So Twitch community and actual community are not the same thing. It is still an individualized system, and everyone is decentralized unless they force something in there, like forcing community streams, or forcing communities to come together by doing events outside of Twitch. Twitch itself is not doing that themselves. which is one of the issues for us for building like an actual good boycott. And it's good for them because they still get your content, they still get your money, they still get your viewership, but they don't actually have a threat of you hurting their numbers in the long run. So, also, yeah, the boycott was about multiple things, but the main thing was basically not to give Twitch viewership, and by not giving people viewership, you are in solidarity with a bunch of people to show Twitch that you're actually doing something. Which, again, if you are solidarily doing nothing, like, yeah, you're helping people go like, oh yeah, you actually cared enough to not do anything. But you could have also taken the time to be like, hey, let's take the time to do something together, or like do something together. Posting that you're not going to do anything for a lot of people was basically taking a break today or moving their stream to another day. Which, if you move your stream to another day, Twitch basically gets the same viewership, but you just moved it, and that's not helpful. And taking a day off is not solidarity, it's just taking a day off. So, it's not super helpful in that regard. And Twitch is not going to help you do any of that because, yeah, they want you to discover more things. That's what the tags are there for. They want you to find more people. They want you to stay here. They want you to keep using this platform because that makes everyone money on this platform, and it makes them a lot of money. So, like, tags are a good way to to help find people, but also it creates an issue where now bigots can find you. So this interactive system that has gotten people attached to this place can also just be used to abuse people, because if you've individualized creators into brands and the viewership goes around the individual, then all you have to do is use the same systems that trap people here to abuse people here constantly. And if you don't have the right tool set, or if your tool set is lacking, then you're not going to have a great time. It's going to be a bad time, especially again if you're a person of color or have disability or like LGBT and stuff like that. You're going to have to deal with stuff in real life. Twitch should be an escape for people, but it can't be, because Twitch is just an extension of real life, and a lot of people who are doing the hate raids are literally normal people. Like your Walmart supervisor, or that one coworker you know, or maybe your friend who thinks it's funny, and you just didn't know about it because they did it anonymously so that they wouldn't offend you, and things like that. Like, this isn't like a hate raid isn't a special thing, and it is a crappy thing that happens a lot, but the underlying point is that it's still people who are doing this. And so the boycott is about solidarity against those people, but again, while people did nothing on the platform, hate raid people got people off the platform. And I think that should not happen. Also, I am talking a lot, so I need a break with water. Also, yeah, one way to have community like togetherness is to do like large Discord calls and stuff, which again is one way that like people get around Twitch's system of badness. Also, whoa, Olivia, thank you for the follow. Hope you have fun in peer time. There are definitely ways to build communities and stuff, and like actual communities. But again, Twitch doesn't actively give those tools, and if you don't know how to do that, then it like school doesn't teach you how to do that. A lot of life experiences don't always teach you how to do that. A lot of life experience is about like making profit for yourself, not being the last person, yada yada yada. So like a lot of people, even if they have like good intentions, will also go towards the systems that built Twitch. Twitch is not rare or new. It is like everything else. The hate raids are not rare or new. They are just in a new form. Also, thank you for petting the bean's soul. You've telekinetically petted them. Thank you. But yeah, even Discord calls are like not the most community building anyway, though, because like you are building it between creators, which is a good thing to do. If a lot of creators band together and do something, that can be really helpful. But you know, like the bigger number of people that can actually do things, it's you. It's you, chat. It's viewership. Like Ludwig said, if viewership actually spammed people, then people would stop. The hate raids are just spamming, but with hate. You could also do the same thing, but for a good cause. Now, Twitch is probably going to ban you, because Twitch doesn't want that, because if you do that, you can just cripple their systems. But the thing is that it cripples their systems because it works. So you need to find a way to do something like that without Twitch also getting angry at you, and also a way that like actually solves the issue, which you can do that in real life too, with like action committees, stuff like that. Like that's what strikes are for real, not just a boycott. But yeah, so discussing the hate rate itself. Gosh darn it. Whoa. Okay. PowerPoint. Why are you fucking around? Whoa. Imagine the hate rate. I'm not gonna visualize it here, because I don't need that in my life. I have dealt things in my life that have been racist and have been hateful. I don't need to illustrate that here. This image should be enough. If you can't imagine it, you're very lucky. So why did the actual boycott start? So it started with multiple things, but the easiest thing to basically find was Rhetoric Raven, who is a streamer, and they started one of the hashtags that got people to do the boycott, or to like start doing things for the boycott. And I believe they've done other things besides the boycott, which is good. Like it's good that they did more. I'm sad that I wasn't able to research into them that much. But I would like to point out that it was bad that this image up here I just found in the last day, which is a list of demands, which is good. List of demands are very good, and we will discuss list of demands later. But this has been going on for like 2 weeks, and I did not see this list of demands until yesterday, and that's pretty bad. That's not a good thing. Twitch could have only seen this yesterday, and that's bad. They should see this earlier. Just waiting a day for this is not great. And having this not be passed around fast like that is also not great. Also, like the origin of this is hard to find at points without news articles. Like I wouldn't have known that it's Rhetoric Raven if I didn't follow certain like creators, and also if I didn't follow or if I didn't read certain news articles, because there's also other people too. But again, I have rushed this because this was a very fast planned thing as a boycott, and which was a really bad idea. Good idea, not implemented well, because you cannot make a giant company established over years bend over 2 weeks unless you have done some like World War II stuff, or like World War I stuff where like people took over cities, and like you don't want people to take over cities. It's not a good time to do that. So like, not great. There is one cool list that I found in like 2 tweets, which again, not great. That's only been in 2 tweets that I found, which was this actual demand list of like aggregated, what's the word? Things that people don't like about Twitch, and put into one place where you can actually view the list, and the link is down below. And that's like a really cool thing to have. That's an actual demand list, and I did not see that often. I saw this link in two links, or in 2 tweets, and that's really sad. I didn't even see this in news articles. I saw this in 2 tweets. Also, the Electric Pineapple 1, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. Gripes. Yeah, gripes is a good word. Also, Ryuki Okinami, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. I have talked so much. Let's see. So yeah, it's not great for that, but let's see. Talking about the list of demands and stuff, And like, so basically, so far we've talked about how most creators are. Oh, Kobe, thank you for the water. Drink some water. The good water. But yeah, so basically, so far, I've talked a little bit about how we've like how Twitch and our society is decentralized people and individualized people, to where these sorts of things won't work, because the underlying issue is that to make a whole collective, like a collective action work, you need people to be collectively together, and a lot of people aren't collectively together because all these categories and tags and stuff are big separators. And with streams being focused about one creator most of the time, you're not going to find big enough communities to actually latch on and do a thing. It'll be a trend, and then that trend will die. And that's not going to help. And thus, we need to discuss the second issue, big issue, that underlies the reason of why people even decentralize and individualize themselves in the first place, which is because yeah, it's costs, it's profits, but also there are other costs besides profits. Nothing is free. Everything costs something. And PowerPoint. Okay, hang on. Oh, there it works. I don't know why it's not. Anyway, okay, we're fine. So there are costs that need to be figured out for all this stuff, because if you don't know the costs of what you're doing, you're going to run into a lot of problems, which is what the boycott ran into, and what a lot of people talked about anyway, which was like, oh, we don't know if this will work. It probably won't, but maybe Twitch will listen. And the thought process behind that, if you think about it, is that like, hey, we have not processed anything that would be valuable enough or detriment enough to actually affect Twitch. Thus, Twitch has the leeway to decide if they actually want to deal with this or not. And the answer for most companies is that they're not going to deal with it, or they're not going to know how to deal with it, which is worse, because, you know, if you have 6,000 people, you would think people would figure out solutions, but then you realize that a lot of inventions happened in the last century because for like thousands of years and hundreds of millions of people didn't figure out shit, and we still haven't figured out shit. We're still learning how to figure out shit. So like, it takes time to learn things. It takes time to build up systems and stuff. It takes time to figure out how to actually do different things. So if you have a solution to a problem, please tell the solution to the problem. You may actually be surprised about how many people never thought about that solution. Actually taking the time to aggregate ideas is one of the main ways that you can like do stuff, like actually give a solution and figure out if it can actually be done with its costs. Also, Uni, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. So we need to talk about the difference between a strike and a boycott, because I have seen a lot of tweets from a lot of people who have confused the two, and it's not too hard to confuse, because like they have some similarities. Also, hang on a second. Also, Harneyby, you are correct. Some inventions were by accident or by a lot of volunteer work. That is very true. It's only more recently that we've changed our system of information gathering. Like copyrights, the copyright system is a new system. Back in the day, things weren't copyrighted, and you could actually like freely move information. Now we restrict that information, which is actually new development in our society. Not completely new, but like on a mass scale, it's new. So even that is a sort of thing of like individualizing information so that it only benefits one person, rather than benefiting all of humanity, which is a problem that we're running into and is causing a lot of like actual like death issues to happen. Like the vaccine that's being distributed. We could actually have all the world be able to produce the vaccine themselves, but corporations wouldn't make as much money. There are some concerns for releasing like not having good vaccines or having scam vaccines and stuff, but like we could actually do a lot better to distribute those vaccines, and we don't, because we would lose profits, and that's not great. And also, because of that, there are more mutations, which means that more people will die because people were greedy. And that's a new phenomenon. in certain aspects and old in others. It's a very fun time. Also, Dunjack, thank you for the follow. So yeah, the difference between a strike and a boycott is that a strike is basically you have the power of like production to actually stop things. So say that you are a group of teachers and bus drivers and you're like, the school is doing a bad thing. We are going to ensure that our students have a better time by forcing whoever owns the school to actually do shit. Now, you could boycott, which we'll discuss in a second, but the more efficient thing to do, and what you've actually, like, if you look last year, there were actually teacher boycotts that, or not boycotts, strikes that, like, actually did this, which is that, like, they don't go to school, or they don't get transferred, which means that there is no transfer to school, which means that a lot of people get, like, notice this because parents can't go to work because then they have to stick with their children, or they have, like, there's some other complication from that chain and link being broken. The child is then stuck at home. So then the person who can't go to the grocery store then can't make money for the person who owns the grocery store, which then annoys the grocery store person and the people who are working, which means that both of them are angry. One person with money who can actually do a little bit more that, like, monetary wise, and people socially can get angry and actually go like, hey, we need to fucking fix this so that we actually get our children back into school. And a downside of the strike too is that the children also aren't learning, which means that they don't, like, their education gets ruined a tiny bit if you don't correct it, which means that in the future the government has problems because then you have a less informed society, which means that citizens can cause a lot more issues, or a lot of things that should be learned weren't learned, and you have a cascading effect where the government wants to be like, hey, we want our country to, like, have enough of an educated populace to make us money because we want taxes. So there's a lot more things to that, but, like, this is just one string of things where, like, it's easy to track, like, hey, if you fuck up the money line, the problem will get fixed very quickly, which is what people argued about Twitch in the boycott, is that, like, oh, maybe it will hurt Twitch's bottom line, thus they will listen. Because if you hurt somebody's bottom line, aka their monetary power to enforce their will onto others by buying commodities outside of Twitch, they're going to fix that because they want to buy their golden toilets, or they want to, or, like, middle management wants to buy that new house so that they can have a family. The moderators here want the money so that they can buy their own video games and stuff. Like, the money flow doesn't want to stop, because then you can't do things in life because our lives revolve around money. So a strike breaks a link in the chain to where that halts, and to fix the chain you have to either force the chain to re-weld, or you have to compromise with the chain in order for it to work again. And that chain is actual people. So a strike on Twitch is a streamer making viewers sad, and then they go to Twitter to complain about it. Hang on. I did not have this selected. That's the whole thing of a strike. When you're an individual person, you do not break any chain links. The only chain link you break is a very small amount, and that can annoy people. There are people who, like stars or famous people, who can just stop doing something and cause a shit show. But for most people, especially for things like streams, you can just transfer to another site for your entertainment. When you're a brand, you are expendable, which is the good thing for Twitch, because if Twitch is the stable one and you're the expendable one, well, then you can just make them money, and you are trying to survive on the platform, which isn't great, and also is why anyone calling this a strike is silly. It's not a strike. It does not break enough chains to be considered a strike. You can call it like, oh, you're refusing to do something, but at that point, what you're more likely talking about is like a boycott. And a boycott is basically like, hey, I'm getting somebody's attention, and then I'm withholding my power to do something. So instead of the strike where, like, you are you are the bus. No bus means no grocery school, no groceries, no schools, no nothing. A boycott says like, hey, I was going to give you my money, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to keep my money. So I've not broken any links. I've just not enforced any chain links. I've not made the chain bigger. And that's it. That's the boycott. That was what everyone was doing. Was like, hey, I'm not going to stream, thus I'm not going to give my labor hours or my time streaming to Twitch today. They'll probably do it tomorrow because they want the money back. But, or they'll like make up the days because, you know, if you've missed a day of work, you make it up because that's what people do. So the boycott is basically just going like, hey, if you've actually completed the boycott, you have withheld something for the day and Twitch did not gain it for that day. They may recoup it later, but for now, they don't get your little small pie. And that money then goes somewhere else. Maybe it goes to food. Maybe it goes to a new game. Maybe you just keep it in your bank account. Maybe you don't have a bank account and you keep it in your pillow. I don't know. The money doesn't go anywhere. Because it was going to go to Twitch, but then it didn't. But you'll notice Twitch still, or the grocery store person, aka Twitch, still has the big sack of cash. You just haven't made that cash inflate big and round. It is now mildly inflated big and round. So boycott doesn't do much because boycott did not affect the cash stack because there weren't enough people to affect the cash stack. Also, Yoshi, thank you for the follow and for the host. That's very cool of you to do. So yeah, that's the big thing about the boycott and why it was never going to work. Because again, when you talk about subs, they're monthly. This was a day boycott of withholding, so no, people weren't withholding anything. Thus, a majority of the people on like Twitter doing stuff did one thing that was actually useful, which was the attention. But the other parts of like where does the extra money go and where does your withheld money go, didn't do anything because it probably was already held on Twitch. So the attention did more than anything else, which is still good. But then you have to ask yourself, well, if you're only withholding things for one day and Twitch holds the money, what money are they holding? And the answer to that is that these are the common ways that creators make money on the platform to survive. Subs, donations, /bits, ads, partnerships, sponsorships, and merch. So 5 things. So if you notice on that list, subs, bits, ads, and certain partnerships, and I think even merch. I'm not sure if they do merch on the other, like if they have another site for merch, but basically 4 things, or like 3.5 things, we'll say 3.5 things, basically are stuck on Twitch. Twitch was smart and put a huge portion of the money that you give into their hands, which means that if you withhold anything, you're only withholding like 2 things. You're not withholding much. You cannot withhold much because Twitch has done the correct thing. Twitch has been smart. They have made sure to not lose money. They are not a dumb company. Like most companies, they do have smart people there. And there are people who can think like, oh, what if we make a system to where people pay us off beforehand and then we just get the money? Like with bits. It is a good system. It works very well. It creates an ecosystem. This system also works for other things. Google, when you like have the Google Assistant and stuff, usually Google wants you to use Google products. Google will try to get you into their ecosystem because why would you switch from Google to Apple if you already have like your calendar on Google, if you already have your email on Google, if you have so many things on Google, why are you going to switch to Apple? Well, now you're a lifetime subscriber of Google unless you actively make a choice to change, which it becomes a big issue for Apple because they're like, oh shit, well, I'm going to need to get more people. So then there's competition there of trying to steal customers. But at a certain point, you can fiddle some things to where you're not getting new customers, you're just mining old customers, which is what you get with like, where you get things like new phones that don't actually have much of an upgrade, but they change it like a tiny bit and go like, oh, it's a new phone, guys, you should buy it. And then the same people buy the phone. So they're still generating profits, but their pool of profits is smaller, so they have to squeeze the rock harder to get all your money because they need your money. Because they want all the money. They don't need the money. They just want all your money. And Twitch is the same way. Twitch is not special, again. So, Twitch's system still does that with things like the bits, the donations. If you don't sub, you don't get the free PNGs that you get to go to other channels. Now, those little PNG stickers, again, are just little PNG stickers. You can download them on your device if you want to, if you know how to. They are not special things. You see images all over. This entire page you're looking at is images. So paywalling the images is weird because they're not hard to transfer. The idea that they cost something and that they're non-transferable is the idea that they stick into you so that you give them more money each month. And you're going to do that because you want the aesthetic of the emotes, but also because you're supporting the creator. But the thing is that Twitch doesn't make all their money from that. Twitch is different. Twitch doesn't need all that stuff. Again, they have a majority of the stuff, but there's this news article from, what is it? January 8th, 2020, that talked about how Twitch wasn't making enough ad revenue, or wasn't meeting their ad revenue expectations, and that expectation was 500 to 600 million. And then they wanted to eventually hit 1 billion. 1 billion. 1 billion. They want all the money. And guess what? What is a cool thing that everyone gets in the front of their videos? Do you think that they'll eventually meet their expectations? Well, probably, but also reportedly true, or what this article says is, the same is reportedly true for Twitch, which is now making more off commerce like subscriptions along with its ad revenue. The company is hoping to hit 1 billion in 2020. However, given the top streamers generally get the majority of cut from subscriptions, Twitch sees a better profit margins on ads, according to information. So if they give you more ads, or if they incentivize you to give more ads, then they get more money, even though you're surviving on a little bit of money. They can change the numbers to where they get more money. And they can also push certain products to get more money. So they're not straining. No, they will never strain unless you specifically cut off their lines of cash. But cutting off the lines of cash cuts the lines off to the streamer. So to get Twitch to be better, you have to starve the streamer. But to starve the streamer means that some of them will literally starve. And you're not going to do that. That's the inherent threat of all this. And why, again, a boycott is not withholding anything when the person holding all the cards is another person. And eventually, the streamer is just going to come by and be like, darn, man, I hate that the hate raid happened. I hate that this, Twitch has done this. I hate that Twitch has done that. But it's really hard to not leave. It's hard to not do that. So I'm not going to stream September 1st. But I'll stream September 2nd. I'll make up that day. I will stream the next day so that I do better. And that's basically it. Is that you can't you're the one who is surviving. Twitch is not surviving. You're surviving. Or well, you viewers are not surviving. The streamers are, the creators are. Those are the people who are. You could actually be surviving too, because the system is not special to Twitch. This is also how other companies operate. This is what other companies do. No, this is not a special thing. This is hey, if I'm a boss and I want to make my business successful and I want to invest it in stuff, I need to get the most money. Well, how do I do that? And that chain of thought leads you to things like Twitch, Walmart, all the banks, all the pharma industries, oil, that little cute Hasbro toy company, they did stuff too. Nestle, the candy that you like to eat, yeah, they I don't know, I'll say allegedly because I don't have a news article source for it, but allegedly they harmed babies because they wanted more money, because they wanted all the money. They didn't care about you. They wanted all the money. They would be willing to kill babies for the money. If Twitch can kill babies and get away with it, they probably honestly would, even if people in the company would not want that happening, because people are humans and they do not like killing babies. But if they can get some money from you and make an excuse as to why it's fine, they will do that. Which is why hate raids are also not new. Who are people that, like, okay, so if you're sad if a human baby dies, so what if you turn a person into a subhuman? So, that at that point, you don't, like, I heard a loud no. I'm concerned. Anyway, if you treat people like subhuman, then like the baby thing doesn't matter as much, and your profits can grow. If you're just a number in the Twitch system, the number just grows, and Twitch won't bother with you because they won't care about you as much. And that's the whole thing. That's what most people, like, if you ever hear like the communist leftist whatever sort of thing, that's what they're generally talking about. They're talking about like how like you're like people aren't evil. It's just that if you get people into the right mindset, you're going to like let them die, or you're just gonna like not care about them. Which, you know, Twitch, if they don't need to fix something, why are they gonna fix it? That costs them money, that costs them time. They could just get money from that. If they don't even know how to fix the problem, why are they gonna even attempt to figure that out unless they know that they're going to lose customers or viewers or big partnerships? They're not. So again, withholding stuff doesn't do anything because they're holding all the cards again. So you have to find a way to not end up in this scenario where you're basically like, oh, I can't do anything, so I'm just gonna do this instead, and that's not great. So we're gonna have to discuss Twitch's structure, but also I'm gonna read chat really quick because I have not read chat for a while. Yeah, Twitch has been spamming ads because they get more money. In the back end, Twitch has like been pushing for more ads because they get more money. Like they want more, they want all the money. That is ultimately it. And it's not even for like evil reasons at points. Like if you're a employee there and you want, like, say you're on the payroll, you're 0.001% of that payroll. And then you learn like, oh, hey, ads give people products that they like. Well, if I find a way to give people more ads, then maybe I'll get a raise. So I'm not 0.0001% on the payroll, and maybe I'm 0.0002% on the payroll. And people are happy because then they get ads that bring them things that they like. Well, then people get things like get ads that they like, which is like the recommended ads and stuff. And you have been given something and they feel happy because it's like, oh, well, the ads are annoying, but you've gotten something out of it. And I've also gotten more money. And that happens with streamers. Streamers try to get you to give subs because they want more money because like look chat. I found this boba place. I've never had boba before until I like moved to my new place. And like, I really like it. So I would like money so I can buy boba and also pay for rent and also buy food and also buy car insurance and also medical insurance and a lot of other things. But it would be nice if I could get all the things I need and get boba at the same time. I really want that boba. It tastes really good. So, like, it's not an evil thing people are doing. It's just like a casual thing that happens to cause a lot of issues if you're on the wrong side of the stick or bat or electronical signal. So yeah. Also, Barai 197, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. Also, I have eyes on you, Inte. I'm secretly a billionaire and I have drones on all of you. That's why I have all of you here. Because I know. Because I know if you don't, I will take away your boba tea. Also, whoa, I am a furry. The very scary furry. It's a sad time because furries are going to take over the internet eventually. I have a plan to make furries take over the internet, actually. If you keep watching this presentation, you'll learn why. So, also, yeah, child labor laws are actually weirdly a good thing and a bad thing. because like children used to be like, people used to think children were like small adults, and like you basically as a kid were an adult that just was stupid. That was like a common thinking of the time. Currently now, like children are like blank slates that the parent takes control of and forces their will onto them and turns them into a thing. The previous thought was not great, because then children were like put into like literal gears and died being crushed, because it was like, oh well, it's just a little adult, so it doesn't matter if they get crushed. Like they had a good life because they were an adult. But at the same time, it's a little bit better because at least people treated kids like they were, like if a kid knew how to do something, a kid could just do that thing. Nowadays it's like, oh kid, you don't know what you're talking about because you're too young. You can't discuss this issue. So like it's weird. We've changed our views on kids, but child labor laws were technically good because like it's nice to not force people into jobs when they like will die, and also when you're young, it's good to like give people a life. But also, why did we just stop at children? We didn't have to stop at children. We can go further. We can make it to where labor laws are better for adults too, and for old people. We can do that. But also, yeah. Also, whoa, an automated roar. Also, yeah. Yeah, evil is a complicated thing. I think evil does exist in the sense that like you can do something really bad, but I don't think evil is like if you look at any story of anyone who's evil, you'll go like, oh shit, I could have actually been them. Because if you understand their path and where they failed, you can see what happened. Most evil people are people who like had an issue and their solution was really terrible. And if they just talked to other people who knew better, they probably could have actually done better. And sometimes you can't. If you don't have a hammer and you don't know what a hammer is, you're gonna use a screw for everything. And without somebody else coming along and being like, hey, I have a hammer, maybe use this, you're just gonna keep using the screw. So like, it's a hard thing to deal with. Sometimes you don't have access to those things, but no. Oh, so maybe we can't say that phrase. That's a little bit too much for me to allow. Also, hello. Also, if I was a billionaire, actually, I could never be a billionaire because I would give away my money, which would be bad because if you're a billionaire, you're supposed to hoard the money. If you don't hoard the money, you are a bad billionaire. I would be a very bad billionaire. So yes, I would give you money if I had $1 billion. I would get a lot of people a lot of money, or I would use it to like create systems that would give people money constantly, because that would have been nice. But yeah. So let's see. Also, I'm good. TF is good. Also, we shall continue because I've been reading for quite a while. So let's go to the next slide, which is how Twitch is structured. It's owned by Amazon. Now, this isn't a revelation. This isn't new. I'm sure that some of you are going to guess what I'm going to say. Also, well, thank you for the water. I'll drink some water. Okay, so Amazon being owned by Twitch, or Twitch being owned by Amazon is not special or new. It is a basic thing. But you have to realize that Amazon is still, like, if you want to talk about boycotts at work and like communities at work, one really good structure of how to get people to work together is actually a corporation. It's not a good structure for a lot of things, but like Amazon is an entire corporation that is working together to create different products. And that's because of incentives that created the will to do so. And when you have that sort of power, you can also do things like create incentives on platforms like Twitch so that you like have an ecosystem. Twitch is part of the Amazon ecosystem. I have Prime because, you know, people can go like, oh, you should boycott things, but like, I don't have money. I don't have a shit ton of money, man. And when I pay like 1 premium for Prime and I get a bunch of sales from Amazon that helps me, and I make more money back from that, I think that's better for me to do than to be like, oh, I'm going to buy the more expensive banana because that will make me more ethical. It's not ethical. You're not getting out of it. You're in some type of ecosystem. So with that incentive, that's very logical of like, hey, I want to keep my money. I get this thing on Twitch, which is basically these little Prime collections, which I can collect different things, which is really cool. Also, Amarere, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. So, Amazon having so much power allows them to have partnerships, which means that they get money from those partnerships, as far as I know. I could be wrong. It'd be very weird if they didn't have like money from these partnerships. So Twitch gets a boost from Amazon, which means that since Amazon is the parent company, we have to talk about how much money Amazon has. It's a shit ton. Again, when I was talking about that bag earlier, that bag is so big that I think he's the former, I'm pretty sure there's a new CEO, but some type of CEO, Jeff Bezos, has so much money that he rivals countries. There was some paper somewhere that talked about how some scientists were going to beg to billionaires to just give up like $10 billion per billionaire, just 10, or like just something like pocket change, just so that they could help stop climate change and to help stop a few other things, because billionaires have that much power, which means that if Jeff Bezos felt like it, he could just like liquidate $2 billion worth of stuff, or not even liquidate. He could probably get compound interest and just get the $2 billion. He could get that, put that into Twitch's, oh, hang on. I didn't have music all this time. I'm so sorry, chat. You've been in silence. So if Bezos wanted to, he could actually put $2 billion towards fixing the tools of Twitch so that they were more useful for people who were being hate rated or have better settings, have more infrastructure. Like, he can do that and he'd still be a huge multi-billionaire. He is that rich, which means that when it says that the company has made profits, that it doesn't even touch his bank account. So Amazon is not Amazon has a lot of money. Amazon is fine. Amazon could do a lot with that money, which means that, hey, what are they doing with the creators that you love? If PowerPoint worked. Microsoft is trying to stop me from telling you this. Okay, so the thing is to talk about revenue questions. And the revenue question is it's something that Twitch actually promotes, and it's really weird when you start thinking about it, but it's everyone gets a 50-50 split. The streamer gets 50%. Twitch gets 50%. Now, if you're actually talking about costs, Twitch doesn't actually get 50%. The streamer doesn't get 50%, just based alone on taxes. Unless we talk about how Amazon hasn't paid all their taxes, or it does a lot of loopholes and a lot of legal things because our politicians have done things that cause them to not pay as much or to do weird things, so that money wise, raw number wise, they're paying a lot, but percentage wise, they get away with a lot. So this 50% is a revenue share, but it doesn't actually go into oh, how much does the servers cost? How much are taxes? How much does it cost to pay the employees? How much does it cost food for the streamer to actually live off of? How much are taxes for them? Blah, 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 blah. And transfer fees, all the things. There's so many things. So 50% of each thing is their promotional thing, but in actuality, it's going to be less. But let's just say it's 50-50%. Let's just say it's 50%. That's still, oh, I forgot to put that, but that's a guesstimation of it's around there. The problem is still that Amazon makes that much money, but still takes that much profit, when they probably could make a smaller margin and be fine. But they don't, because they want all the money, which means that if that money, that 50% that they have, could go towards the streamers that have been harmed by the hate raids, they could do that and would be fine. But they're not going to do that, or they probably won't do that. There'd be a high chance that they don't do that. In fact, if anyone's been hate raided, you could log that and be like, hey, this month, could you, like, Twitch, give me more of a cut because your service has failed in making the tools that have done this. Or, you know, Twitch, you don't own Twitch. Twitch owns Twitch, which means that you are a customer. Even if you're a streamer, you're still a customer. Which means that, like, as a customer that's pissed, they should be giving you stuff to be like, oh shit, we should give you some money so that you stay on this platform because we care about you. We care about you. Twitch.tv.com/guff. We care about you. We're listening to you. We know what's going on. We see the hate rates and we feel bad. But that number isn't getting touched, bitch. Whoa. Like, that's annoying. It's stupid. It shouldn't happen. They should touch that number and give people who have been hate rated more. If POC people are being hate rated more, then, like, you could actually tell how much racism happens by going like, hey, which groups of people are being hate rated more, and you could actually, like, have a time with that. It'd be really cool to see, in the sense of, like, you would actually have, like, creators who are hate rated have more money, which can create issues in and of itself. But if people who have been hate rated and have had their streams kind of ruined because they don't have the tools to do stuff actually get the money and actually have the ability to now do more stuff, that means that a lot more POC creators, people with disabilities, like all the things, could actually be in higher positions, which would be nice. But that's also using the market, or how Bezos got his money, to fix an issue, and that's not going to fix the issue because it has not fixed the issue for like hundreds of years. So, like, it's not great, but, like, just as a casual thing, Twitch could give more of their revenue to streamers, unless for some reason they can't, which in that case Twitch could honestly, unless I've missed it, like, if I missed it, it means that they need to make it more visible. They could actually purposely, super easily tell all their expenses publicly, and thus we could actually see where that revenue split goes, because I can tell you how much I make. Or, like, well, in contracts and stuff, they kind of want to hide things, so, like, you can't always say everything, but in general, I can be a lot more open about my finances than they can be, because they would be, like, they would get lawyers to stop finances from being open, or a lot of companies would, because they don't want to tell where the money goes. And, like, streamers are more likely to do that, so, like, if streamers can be more transparent, why can't Twitch be more transparent? Especially if they can't reduce or if they can't give more of a split, then they should tell, like, well, where does the money go? Because right now, it looks like it's going to a certain person. And he's not the only person on a board. There are multiple people on a board. There are multiple middle managers. There are multiple people who probably make a shit ton of money, and Jeff Bezos is just one of the people that you know about. And I can tell you right now, if you have millions of dollars, you're fine. Which means you could probably give a larger margin to streamers. And again, you could give a larger margin to streamers who have been affected by hate raids, to, like, as a sorry we fucked up sort of thing. Which would be nice. That would be cool. So, also, whoa, doorbells. Exciting. Also, yeah, Adam, money motivates people, but also, when you're talking about money and where it goes, you can also discuss, like, how it's going, which we'll do that. We'll do a little example in a minute. But yeah, it's money, but also motivation. And also, like, when we're talking about money, just really quick, when we're talking about money, we're talking about people's ability to do things. Money is just an easy extension of saying, like, hey, you have this much willpower, like this much power to do a thing. So, like, if you have $1,000, you have the power to either buy a PS2, a bike, food, whatever you want. So money is then just an expression, like an abstract expression of what you can do in life. Which means that when Bezos has that much money, when Amazon has that much money, when they take that much of a split, they're saying, hey, we're gonna split everything 50-50, even if you're doing most of the work. Like, the servers, keeping the servers up is hard. Making the infrastructure is hard. Making the tools is hard. Having to deal with people who are angry is hard. But also, If Twitch had no content, Twitch would not be Twitch. It would not exist. No one would care about it because a good portion of this service is the streamer. And with Twitch aggregating so many streamers, they can make a lot of money even on small margins, most likely. Unless, again, they're transparent and tell everyone how much money they make through their finances, which they have teams, or they should have teams of accountants that take care of all the money, which means that they should be able to put out a spreadsheet of all the money and where it goes to. Most companies, again, don't like to do that because then sometimes it gives up secrets of what they're doing, but also you'd get angry at points for how much money they actually make, because at points it's like, oh shit, you're being that much of an asshole to me. So yeah. So a thing about strikes and boycotts and all that is that even though we're like separate from each other, we can still go to other sites like YouTube or Facebook. Oh, excuse me. We can go to different sites and stream there, but they're the same type of companies doing the same type of things. And these, like, Twitch used to be, I think, Justin TV, or Just Being TV or something. They became Twitch. They used to be small. YouTube used to be small. Facebook was some weird kid's dream of getting girls, I think, from what I've heard. It's like none of these, like all these things started out small, and they have these problems still because they eventually turn into this. And this isn't even a rare thing. Like, if anyone knows me on Twitter, or like knows certain Twitter things, I could bring up one example starting with F and starting with A about how this sort of similar cycle happens on a much smaller scale. Because, you know, if you're a furry website and you do similar things, then like, you're just going to end up in the similar sense. Even if it's furry, it doesn't change things, which means that you have to change underlying systems of how things operate to actually get differences from this. However, if we're working in the system of like, which company do you go to get what you want, the whole thing about like, ooh, competition breeds all these things. Well, like, we could actually, as viewers and streamers, do that. We could go like, hey, well, why don't we make these companies compete? Either the companies will actually compete, or they'll merge together and then we can't compete because they'll just be one giant monopoly. But, you know, for now they are competitors. They're not monopolizing quite yet. They have done for other things, but they haven't done it for the Twitch, like the video sharing space yet. So we could actually go like, hey, we're gonna go to YouTube instead. We're gonna go to Facebook instead, and like, that would work for temporarily, but wouldn't be a full solution. But it is something to think about because that is a market solution to this issue. It's not a community-based one, but it's still there if you ever think about it. Same thing for other sites. Gumroad is actually a good example. Gumroad had a different fee structure until recently, where they now have a progressive tax. And a progressive tax is basically, instead of like, sales tax is a regressive tax because you're charging everyone $6 or 6% if you live in a city with 6%. So like, everyone, no matter if you have $100 to $1 billion, you will be charged 6% on a banana. A progressive tax basically goes and says, hey, how much money do you have? We're going to change the price based off on how much money you have. So if you're a billionaire, maybe you're paying like $50 for a banana. And if you make $100, you're paying like 6 cents for a banana. You can do that. You're allowed to do that with pricing if you want. It's harder to do for like smaller items, but you can do that. Or you can collect the money at a different time. So Gumroad is actually doing a progressive tax, or progressive fee, where they are taxing the poor and giving money to the rich. Not great, but I actually was doing this presentation and using them as an example, and then they changed it like, I think a few days ago. It was not that long ago. So like, you can see how companies over time go like, well, why are we going, like, the reason why they're probably doing that, just out of an assumption, is that like, you have, most people are probably not making more than like a 10K, which means that if you tax everyone who's making like $200 on Gumroad, that means that you're going to get a lot of money because more people are going to give you more money. While if a few people are only getting like a huge amount of money, that means that only a few people will give you a huge amount of money. Or like a few people taxed will only give you a huge amount of money. It'll still be a huge percentage raw number-wise, but if you get more small people, you can just get more money. It's that simple. It's why billionaires like to tax the rich, or like billionaires like to talk about like, no, you can't tax the rich. Everyone needs to be taxed, because like if you figure out that if you tax the rich more, then like, and you'd still get the same amount of money, and they'd still be millionaires and billionaires, they would be very sad because they wouldn't have as much buying power, but you would have more money. That's just a causal thing that happens. So if they can make price structures like this where people are just kind of normal to like, oh, well, poor people get charged more because they don't have enough money to escape the fee, well, then you get a lot of our systems today. And our gig economy basically being like what I'm doing. This is a gig. I do this for money, also for fun and to chat with you guys and stuff like that. But like, I do part of this for money, which means that I'm doing a side job for money, which means that I'm beholden to Twitch to help me get that money because I don't have the reach to do it myself. So they can do this price structure and make more money for me because I can only make so much right now. And like, while someone like Ludwig would be able to like actually browse around to where they want to go because they have the power to avoid the fees. So most people aren't going to avoid the fees. So Gumroad's doing that. There's Patreon that raised their fees a while ago to like a special tiers. So like you can also get more money that way, which is, 8% fee on support is a lot less than Twitch's 50%. Gumroad's stupid progressive tax on the poor is still a lot less than Twitch's 50%. So there is a lot. Also, Hinte, thank you for the sub. That's very nice of you to do. Also, Donk and Dice, thank you for water. I'll drink some water. So there is also this site. There's like a bunch of different sites. I know of one that people don't talk about that much, which is commish.io. I've talked to one of the head people there, and they seem really nice. Again, these are all market solutions, so like that person could just turn into another Patreon or Gumroad and stuff. But at the same time, they do seem nicer, which I think is nice. And also, again, if we're gonna fix a problem, we're gonna have to actually do different solutions. And these solutions are basically just like trying to escape the trap that we're already in, which is better than nothing, but it also means that we need to do something else. But in the meantime, if you want to, you can also use sites that are a little bit nicer for right now, or maybe nice for in the future if you actually get a special sort of person or a special sort of group of people to use that. So check out commish.io, because yeah, I think they're nice. I'm trying to think of if I've like have any conflict of interest. I know that I'm a furry, and I'm pretty sure they go for furries, so like that's a conflict of interest. But basically, check it out, research it for yourself, please. And yeah. So on the mention of Patreon and the distribution of wealth, most people on Patreon don't actually make that much, which brings up the question of costs of transferring people to other sites. Because the sites I've mentioned are like, hey, we can actually use other sites to get people to other places, but you'll notice that most people don't transfer over to things. 8% of your money is less than 50%, but if people don't get those emotes, it doesn't really matter, because a lot of what people are buying is the emotes, not the actual support, which again is a whole thing about individualizing people into brands. You're individualizing them into a product. So you're not always going to support a product, because why are you, that's weird to support a product. You're not going to pay Walmart and be like, I'm going to give you $5 a day, Walmart, for giving me some food. Like, no, you're going to be like, give me that coupon so I can pay you less, Walmart. So, there's a lot of people, so it's hard to get people to transfer to things like this. which is the whole Twitch's ecosystem. And that also means that things like Patreon, which are more towards like just pure support and creators like Ashley just directly giving you things, doesn't make everyone much money. And it's really sad. Because like Patreon, for all its flaws, is actually really cool, because it's like, hey, you're giving money to like creators so that they can do their thing, because our system is bad at allowing people to create things, even when we totally have the ability to do so. So the question becomes like, okay, well, that sucks, but like that seems like whatever, like it happens and stuff. That still means that like Twitch probably has that problem too, right? Like Twitch probably only makes like 2% or something, because, you know, they like, if people aren't like people who are on Patreon also have the same issue where like they're trying to get you to spend money so that they can do things. Companies are doing the same thing, they just have a lot more resources to do that. So the question is of margins, which we've been talking about a little bit, but this is a good example of what margins or collective power or collective buying power actually means, and how an actual boycott, if you wanted to cripple somebody, like stop them in their tracks so that they could not do anything, you can take this example, which is basically, say that there's an imaginary impure core, hypothetically. They don't exist. They don't exist. They don't exist, chat. And say that they have 20k followers. Now, say that every year, once a year, every single year, every follower of 20k gives that person $2 annually, every year. So like the price of a soda, you would just give to this imaginary core. That would mean that their annual gross income is 40k a year. And that's $2 per person. So if you're thinking of a company and their product, this is basically what happens, is that they have 20k products and you give them $2. That's the amount that they have. If the product only costs like 50 cents to make, they're making bank. And that's how a lot of things work. That's how pricing works. That's how margins work. You always have to talk about the percentage of money that you're making versus what you're actually like outputting. So if you wanted to make like an instant millionaire, all you'd have to do is just get enough people to give them a few dollars and you would make them a millionaire. And if you did that with everyone, then you would have to kind of take a lot of money from the rich, because there's not enough money to go around for doing that, which is what everyone competes for, is for a few dollars, which is why in reality, say a person with 20k only has like 200 Patreon followers. And those are people that are like actually giving the money, which means that is 1% of the following giving engagement. And if that percentage of money is like around like 1k, then that means that a larger portion of 1% of people is giving a large amount of money. But it also means that only 1% of people engage with supporting. And that's the whole thing on Twitch too, is what streamers are competing for, is like, hey, I want your money, I want your $5 and not give it to somebody else. So give it to me. And a lot of times it is these same, like it's these percentages. Maybe not these, like there are analytics for different sites and how much you do and stuff. And also like, if you're like an impure core and you're drawing, the money that you're making is not purely just from like Patreon, it's also from like commissions or like merch or anything else that you're like selling. So there's a whole other ecosystem outside of that, but still it's 1% percentages and for 1,000. And that's kind of sad compared to how much you could actually make with that. So like a lot of companies are very specific about making sure that their margins are good so that they make their money back when they do these sorts of calculations. And let's see about real life examples of people doing this. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, at the annual income now would be 12k for that, if that kept completely consistent all that time, which is below the federal minimum. So that's the whole thing of the chart back here, which is less than 2% of people make enough money on Patreon. So, whoa, So let's go to the next thing, which is a real life example. So take Chuni. Chuni is a not safe for work furry artist. So if you're underage, don't search him. But they're a pretty big person because they have 95 point. This should be a 2, I think. Anyway, we're gonna just say that's 95,000 followers, which is pretty big for being a furry. There are different furries that have like larger numbers, but some of them don't have patrons. So like this was an easy one. Their engagement compared to how many patrons they have is 0.51%. You could take a meme person. I'm not going to say their name, but if you know who they are, and you probably do because they've been a meme, you would think that that amount of people knowing them, especially from a meme, would increase their engagement. And no, they have less like engagement from that. So you could say like, oh well, it's because of the industry that they're in, because like not safe work is icky. It's not as pure as people want it to be. So other industries probably get better. So the second industry that I immediately thought of was YouTube videos and how that works. So I'm gonna disappear. Whoa. Wait, have I been silent on the... Oh, I have been silent. Oh, that's sad. Okay, we're gonna stick with little Koor then. Hang on. Sorry about that. I didn't know I had the mic. Or I didn't have the mic. I just made those scenes today. So yeah. Anyway, I'll go back. Beta is in the video industry for YouTube. His following is mostly on YouTube, but by taking his followers on Twitter and seeing how many patrons he has, which is a lower number than his YouTube, you can see that his engagement is 0.40%, which is like, again, trying to transfer people to different sites for support is hard. And without other systems to help with that, it can be hard to help people engage, even for something like YouTube. Which you would think, like, with more people visibly seeing things, that you would go like, oh hey, that should be a thing that like just instantly gives you bigger numbers, but that's not the case. And you could see that with like another big creator that I could think of off the top of my head was Majira, which is... I can't move far enough. Wait, hang on. Is my big head... Hello chat, you can see him with my bigness. So 82.9k followers on Twitter. He has more on YouTube. 274 patrons, which means that is an engagement rate of 0.33%, which is small because it's hard to transfer people, which is a cost of entertainment. Is that you basically, once you're on a platform and you keep somebody on a platform, then it's hard to transfer people because like not everyone is going to keep giving you $5 or going to keep being able to give you money on every single platform. So you're going to have to choose which ones you're going to pick, which means if people have picked Twitch as their main thing for very good reasons, like having the emotes and stuff, then like that's hard to move people. And if people also know like, oh hey, well you're making money here, so I don't need to pay you money here, then like that becomes harder too. So then it becomes this whole cycle of like scraping by and then doing the techniques that companies do to get money, because if you don't do that, you can starve, and that's not great. So let's say that, or actually one more note on this, because it was publicly available. It's that's how much money they make for their actual, like, or from the numbers that I got from Graphtreon. This is what I found. So like, even from the example before of the hypothetical Koor, the amount of money that you give per patron in and of itself can be vastly different, which means that you can have people who have like 200 patrons and have 10k, and people with 10k patrons and still make like $2 from some weird reason. So like, even that, like the margins of how much you make per thing is still a thing, which means that again, Patreon or Amazon's 50-50 cut is very deliberate, because they are trying to get the most from you. even though they, again, with how much money that Amazon has and with how finances work, they probably actually could give more of a percentage to people and still be fine profit-wise, and they just want all the money. Unless they can prove me wrong. I would love them to prove me wrong. I bet they can't. And by bet, I mean, like, I'm not going to give them anything because they do not need anything more. But, like, it would be nice to, like, be proven wrong that, like, oh, hey, the profit margins are actually because of this, but, like, it's not. It's probably not. Let's be honest. So, let's take a big creator, the biggest boy, who is H-Bomber Guy, who is a person I like. His videos are very fun. And he has, like, a shit ton of people. He has so many followers. He has so much engagement. And that does transfer. That actually does show. He would be in the 2% that makes more than the federal poverty line. So, and like, but even then, even with all his range and all his stuff, it's still 3.2% engagement. That is bad. I'm gonna do the next one, and then I'm gonna tell you a fun stat that Zaz told me, because it's kind of sad. Also, Ultra Shot too, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. Also, I hope I said thank you for the follow for everyone who's followed. I've been chatting a lot, but next person who is controversial. God damn it, my head is too fucking big. Okay, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna hope for the best. Okay, so a controversial figure is the Dark Queen herself. Somebody that furry Twitter will get angry at the instant. Twitch people will get angry at points, depending on your view of her content, which is very fair because she has done some shitty things, but also she's done a lot of good things. And it's again, a nuanced situation, but also with controversy, you would think that either she'd lose a lot of support or she would gain a lot of support, which is like how a lot of like far-right people like get big, is because they just keep doing controversies and stuff, and she has had controversies. So you would think that her engagement would be bigger or like super smaller, and the answer is that like it's about the same. It's not too different. It's something that's like, oh, that's definitely like seeable. That's definitely not gonna hurt them in the long run, and ultimately that means that the top 2% of people doing stuff, even with all their range and money, still don't get that much of a boost. And like, that's kind of bad, because the stat that Zaz told me was that, let's see, the Atlantic article called 12 million Americans believe lizard people run our country is a thing. And like, that's kind of sad, right? That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Now, I did not get to look into the article, so take this with a grain of salt, but also I trust Oz a lot. So he said that somewhere in the article it was like Obama supporters thought that lizard people exist, and that was like 3%, which means that H-Bomber Guy is only doing 0.2% better than literal conspiracy, which is bad, because then the idea of like, oh, we'll just move to a different site and we'll do this and that is challenged by lizard people. Conspiracy nuts. Which is not great. Not great. So yeah, that feel when lizards aren't in the state. Man, I would love to have a lizard president. That'd be great. Anyway, we're gonna continue on with this presentation. So yeah, conspiracy nuts should not overrun the numbers of supporters for other things. That seems really bad, and something that we should probably address. But also, again, it's hard to address for other reasons. But you know, that does bring like all the things. Also, if anyone would like to know, because Graphion did track them, I'll have to say Contra's stuff. In February of 2018, H-Bomber Guy had 2,140 patrons, and that was that made a grand total of $6,709, which means that you know, that's doing pretty good. If you scale that to today, they are probably making a lot of money, which is good for them. They make good content, but also that does show like the distribution of money and where it goes is, again, not great. Contra was 1,692 patrons, and she made $6,346 at that time of January 2018. So it's really interesting to see, but also, again, with those numbers you see compared to like all this, and like we need a better system than this, because these people make good content, you know, so they like everyone deserves to be able to make the content. Even you, if you're a creator and a viewer at the same time, you deserve to make things yourself. We have the ability to do that. We just have a society that doesn't allow that, which is pretty bad, because, you know, we miss out on a lot when we don't have the ability to support people like that. Also, yeah, that's Contra. Like, she's a big lefty person who like does critiques on it. I'm not sure how left she is. I'm pretty sure she's like pretty far left, but also she does criticize the left a lot, so it's hard to tell at points, because I don't think she's outright stated stuff, which is fine, because I don't think anyone would listen by her reputation, because people tell stories about her, and it's really annoying, because like it's not like all the stories are wrong, but also it gets exaggerated, and then it becomes an issue of trying to figure out like stuff unless you actually research into stuff, and most people aren't going to research into things. It just becomes an annoying story, and that makes it hard to actually address the problems that she has done, and because like she's done a lot of good things and stuff too, so like throwing her in the trash like some people did is kind of mean, especially because she's also like trans. But yeah, that's a whole nother presentation. That is not for now. We're going back to this distribution. Whoa. Casvinka, thank you for the follow. Be a fun and pure time. But yeah, so we need to address, like, if we're going to actually like make Twitch like be afraid of people, we're going to have to address how we're actually going to move people, how people can actually support other people, and actually address, like, teach people what a margin is, how companies work, why they work, and how streamers make money, why they make money, and how to actually get the most people into a place that they can stream. Or even outside of that, like, what if instead of Twitch, we make it to where it's just a federal system where everyone gets a certain amount of money? Because we can do that too, because it's called a universal basic income, which is a scary word. I know it's, for some people that was a very scary word, but it is an actual thing. Oh, thank you for the water. Drink some water. But like a UBI, which is its abbreviation, can also be just seen as like a tax cut or something. Or like there are ways to finagle the numbers. Like the name UBI isn't like, is just a name, but like mechanically you can actually get it to where like, oh, instead of making people pay this income tax, instead we pay everyone like $12K a year, which is like enough for people to survive. And then at the end of the year, depending on how much you make, either you pay it back more, or you just keep it. And like you can do that, and like that's already a thing that happens in our system. Like the tax credit is already a thing. But like, you know, it becomes a scary word, and people make it a scary word, and it's very aggravating because it is actually like a thing that could be useful, and it's something that could actually make something like Patreon a lot less needed, or like like make it to where Twitch subs aren't so beholden to your life, because then you could be like, oh well, I'm already well off enough to not die. I can actually choose which platform I want, or I don't have to do this. I can do something else. And then Twitch actually has to compete for like our labor or your attention, which would be good, which would be very cool, very poggers, very pog champs, very, very poggy. So yeah, let's see. So in this very long section of part 2, we're almost done. There's not that many more parts. We've talked about the ecosystem of engagement and the cost of how all these systems work, and how those costs are intertwined with our lives in a way that makes it to where just boycotting this and striking this is not going to fix the issue, and that this will just reoccur in other places. But also, just because it reoccurs in other places doesn't mean that we can't solve the issue. It just means that we have to be more deliberate about what we do. So yeah. Also, whoa. Also, let me go. Actually, no, I'll read chat, but for the next one, because I'm gonna do the thing. Let's see. Also, red is a meme. Red is a very specific type of meme. Or some of their images are, because of like they're a really old creator. So like their images have been around for quite a while. So like there are certain places where like it has been memed in like not a bad way, like in a like an actual like good, funny, wholesome way. In the way that you can make it wholesome, and like it's really cool. So yeah. So like for that I would always think like, oh well, because they were memed and they're like been so long in the fandom, you'd think that they would have more like stuff, and at points it's like they do seem like they're doing well, but at the same time it's like making money's hard, man, especially when like you don't have a company that like has enough resources to basically buy new ventures to make more money, and like it's hard. But yeah. Also, yeah, I'm gonna try to promote the VOD, and hopefully people watch the VOD, because I think this is important. Even if I'm rambly, I wish I could. I'll eventually make this into an actual video that would be a lot shorter, because I can actually be more succinct with my ideas. But like it's still, I think it's still a good presentation, and we still have a bit more to go, because we're gonna talk about one more big point, that's kind of breaks the boycott, but also. Drink. Yeah, if anyone can explain a Gravel Institute, I think, is a YouTube channel that explained UBIs. Not in depth. Depending on who you're talking to, you're gonna have to explain how UBI works mechanically, or you're just gonna have to be like, hey, it's like a tax credit and stuff like that. Because like mechanically, you can get really nerdy about UBIs and get like really technical and like go into a lot of aspects of our government that could already do these things. But some people don't want to learn about that, and also the economy can be hard to know about, even though it controls our lives. It's like, I'm a person who knows computers a bit, so like I know how like assembly and binary works, but if you tell me how cars work, I can't tell you shit, even though I pay for my car and it basically allows me to get food. I cannot tell you how an engine works. I know that there are pistons, I know that you feed it oil, and I know that it breaks a lot when you drive it into things, and that's about it. So I avoid driving it into things, I give it oil, and I stop at the stoplight, and then it gets me to my places. But other than that, I don't care for anyone to explain how the car works to me. So like, you're gonna have to be like, depending on like who you're talking to, how you talk to them about it. But it is an important concept that everyone needs to know about, because you may not care about the economy, but I'm sure you care about getting $500 a month to be able to pay for food or for rent or for things like that, and to be able to have more choices in your life. Like the choices in your life will be the thing that you care about, maybe not the technical aspects about how much of a margin of percentage and how much the debt should be for blah blah blah, and how blah did it, like all the things. And it should be a thing that should be talked about more. So that's good on you, Screw, for talking about it, because that is a big thing that needs to happen. Although you will get leftists angry at it, because actually one good criticism about UBIs, which people don't talk about, and it's very sad, if you give a market solution, aka if you give a money solution to a societal problem, people do not like to give up that solution because it gives them food. And you want people to have food, but maybe the solution shouldn't be through money. And the problem is that if you don't do it, people starve and maybe die. But if you do it, then people may not starve anymore, but they may also starve in other ways and keep that system around, what makes it harder to actually give a good solution, like everyone giving a free amount of food, or like growing their own gardens, or like having public areas have gardens so that like you learn how to grow your own food, how the food process works. And also if say like the store like gets cut off from like, or like how COVID like took all the like products from the shelves at some point, if we actually had a system that was like, hey, we're more stable, people have backup food, you have gardens, you have all these things, and you could actually have people have food just naturally and like be okay. Like you would still have to have better infrastructure so that people don't die, but like you could already solve part of the problem by like dealing with the actual problem. Like you don't need a middleman for the food. You can just make food, or like have places where people can voluntarily make food, or make ways to where extra food is distributed to people so that farmers aren't like throwing away crops because it's not good for their profit margins and stuff. And like there are a lot of solutions. UBI is one, but there should also be other solutions with it. And to talk about the downfalls of like, if a UBI works, then people are going to keep wanting to use money for that, even if it's not a good solution in the overall end and stuff. But also you don't want people to die, so UBI is helpful because like it would be nice for people to have a life. I would like that. I would prefer that. So yeah. Also yeah, nuances are good. As long as you get the overall point, like I've said a lot of things, as long as you get the overall point, that's important. So like in this part, we're talking about the costs of this engagement, the costs of actually doing streaming and stuff. And like you as a viewer, if you're not streaming, you're not going to remember everything because like you don't need to. There are certain parts of this that you don't care about, but like if you remember, like the one part that I always try to get people to remember is this specific part, because this specific part is how people and companies make money. And how when people talk about like, oh, don't raise my taxes, and it's like, if you pay $1, if 3 million people pay $1, it makes $3 million, which means a loss of a soda for you could save millions of people's lives. So discussing it that way as percentages makes a lot more sense than just saying raw numbers, because at that point you eventually figure out that there are actually better ways of dealing with things, and that maybe for you, a bunch of people giving you like $1 is like life changing, but for like healthcare, maybe it's not like $1 for everyone isn't so life changing. But making everyone pay like $50 once a year is life changing in that sort of sense. The healthcare is more than that, but like if you understand percentages, you'll be fine. And if you understand that things can, like different scales of the economy makes different outcomes, then you can understand that like overall there are things that we can't do personally, but we can do together. And we should do things more together, because these systems are kind of shit. Even if they bring you dopamine and happiness, maybe we should do other things that bring us dopamine and happiness too. Also, yeah. Oh, oops. Done, Jack. I will return your points once the stream ends, because I can't access it right now. I also have to do the one sound when in another stream, because my screens right now are messed up and I forgot to disable that because I'm a dummy. But yeah, or maybe I can refund it, and that hopefully I can refund it. I'm not sure. I'll have to check. But yeah, so let's see. I will refund that later, and then one day I'll actually also get transformation stuff for my like 3D models, but that's a future thing. I have to get better computer parts first. And yeah, making information digestible is an important way, which means that like if you understand this information, you're like, oh, Koor didn't explain this well enough, I could explain it this way. Do that, please. Please do that. I would like you to do that. If you think I'm a dumbass and have not explained it correctly and you understand, please explain it better. Because people understand things in different ways, and that's one of the things that like the boycott actually could do, or could have done, is explain the issues in different ways, which if for some people it probably did. But if we learn how to explain problems in different ways so that everyone understands, we get to a goal faster. And like, it wasn't like people like thought that like if they didn't stream on Twitch today, that Twitch would lose money. And that's just not how that works. Which means that if we could have gotten everyone on the page of like, hey, that doesn't work, we could have gone like, oh, well, we need a different solution because we have already gone past that this doesn't work. And we can just go straight to solutions that like, this is the outcome that will happen or has a high percentage of happening. And we need more of that than just hoping that a godlike entity of Twitch will do something for us, because they will not. Us waiting around is just dumb. We should not wait around. We need to do better than that. Also, VRC the Lovely, thank you for the follow. Also, Rose Dye, thank you for the follow as well. Hope you have a fun and pure time. Also, yeah, part of the reasons why taxes cost so much is because they don't get allocated correctly, just like this. And the whole like 2% Patreon thing and stuff like that is that like a lot of things don't get allocated well. So like you can give $1 billion to the government, but if they spend $1 billion, or what was the actual thing? I think they spent like 2 trillion on Afghanistan in the early 2000s. And Bernie's plan, like a perfected plan costed like 1.2 trillion over 10 years. You can see that like, yeah, the government blew all their money on a stupid missile that did not work when we could have had healthcare for 10 years. That's misallocation. And some of that, like, you can't know. Like, we could have won the war. We weren't going to, because, you know, America did win, and then they started doing a dumb shit. But, like, because we constantly do that to a bunch of countries. America keeps doing it and doesn't learn. It's very dumb. But we could have actually, like, spent money on other things. Same thing for, like, cars. If public transport is a thing that we have to spend money on, because we haven't designed our cities well, because we bulldozed a lot of our cities for parking lots. If we made it to where like, hey, less parking lots, more buildings, more infrastructure for people to walk around, more people to bike and stuff like that, we would actually have a lot better cities, and people would stop complaining about traffic as much, would stop thinking that like strip malls are the only thing that you can go to. And like, there's so many solutions that aren't just like, if we spend more money on roads, traffic will be better. Like, we can do other solutions, and we need to start thinking of other solutions and like what their outcomes are and like what the chain effects is, because that way, if people can understand the chain effects and the underlying causes, we will just do solutions better. We won't have to worry about as much, which needs information. But on the note of support, one idea that you can do for support is actually to make it easy, because there was like a study that said like the more clicks you have to put onto somebody's page, the like less likely they're to like actually go out and actually do the thing, which is why like a lot of things want you to like have an easy time to spend money. So like credit cards are having the tapping thing now, or the tapping NFC thing, because if you tap, that means you're not swiping, and swiping's hard. Swiping takes effort. Tapping your card against a thing is super easy, which means you're more likely to spend. So like the easier something is, the more likely you are to get to a place, which means that you can do the same thing for all your side things. So say that you have a website like purecore.com, where it's made by yourself. So like it's a little bit not the best, but in that, you get a lot of easy links to click that are big buttons that are like fun to look at. And that one website is just easy to put around. So like all everyone has to remember is just purecore.com. They don't have to go like, oh, well, is it youtube.com/purecore? Or is it tumblr.purecore? Did Koor name himself Koor Bador? Did he name himself like Lord of the Koor? Like, I don't know. Nope, you don't have to worry about that. It's just one website. So it makes it easier to remember, it makes it easier for people to click on, and like it makes it to where like if you wanted to support like a Koor on like Gumroad or Coffee or anything like that, just be a lot easier, and it just be nice. And it is actually something I think that everyone should like have, who's a big enough creator, or like it's like $12 on Google Domain to get certain names, and you can have different endings too. So like it's really useful. And also there's free ones like Cardos, which you can add, but I still like just the name because I think it's cuter. Plus you with like Google domains or like certain webmasters, you can basically have like forwarding links, which I will actually show later, which can actually be helpful. So yeah, it makes it easy for anyone to support. Oh wow, look, it's a water break, everyone. Whoa. Oh man, I've been talking for so long. You know, I'm so glad that this very convenient card has given me the notice to like take a water break. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna take like 5 minutes. I'm gonna talk to Zaz for 2 seconds and like get water. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Thank you for the waters. I will drink these waters on stream, and then we will. Oh lord. And then we will go. And oh my lord, we'll go, and I will go for 5 minutes and do things. Okay, you guys are really very enthusiastic about the waters. I will drink waters as I type this out. Okay, guys, I don't think I can drink that much. Guys, I don't know. Guys, this may be a little bit too much water, guys. We're trying. Oh my lord, chat. I can't inflate like water in real life. My genius is restricted me. Okay, I'm gonna have to drink I'm gonna have to like drink this over the course of some time, because like otherwise I will actually become sick. But I will drink more as much as I can right now. We're gonna sit this down for a second, because I hate typing with one finger. It's very aggravating. Okay. See, that's the easy site to the easy site link example. So yeah. No, I probably could add it, but I would have to get Zaz's help. So maybe in the future. This model is still new, so I have to add all the things. And that'll take time. But yeah, so we are going to take a water break. So all of you reconvene in like 3 minutes. Yeah. Whoa. Studio mode makes it to where I can't just instantly disappear. And it's very sad. Okay, now goodbye. Whoa, I'm back. Hello everyone. I have gotten another water because you guys redeemed so many waters. So I will have to drink this over time because I have no ability to chug. That is a core lore for you. If anyone wants to know, I've not been able to chug anything in my life. Also, whoops. Hang on a second there. Nightbot did an oops. Watch out for I don't know why. I guess because it's spamming O's. But like Nightbot is kind of touchy on the spams now. But yeah, I'll drink water. I will drink as much water as I can. I'll have to drink 2 water bottles. So the challenge. I will be a very moist boy inside. But yeah. So how was your water break, everyone? Oh, you clipped the water. Nice. Also, I'm sorry. Yeah, normally I have my bowl. It's just right now I don't. Which is, I don't even know if there's a bowl 3D model. That'd be cool. Because I like bowls. Bowls are cool. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a bowl avatar. Except for maybe like a personal one, but I haven't seen it. So like, It's basically non-existent. Let's see. Sippy is very accurate. Oh no, impureness. Also, hi, welcome to my water break TED Talk. To break water, you must, like, karate chop it, and then it will break. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Now we're on to the next part that I'm not going to do my fancy transition, because oh wait, actually, hang on. I could. Give me a second. Because I should be able to just do this. And it should work, so we're going to try it. Let's see. So the next part. Whoa. That was a bit slow, but the sound is here. Part 3. Keeping politics out of Moss Stream. That is the next part. That is what has happened. Is all the stuff I've been talking about so far is political. Oh, hello. My model is having a bad time. There we go. So all the stuff that I've been talking about so far has been political, because it inherently has to deal with how policies are managed. And by policies, I just mean like rule sets. Basically, is if you think about a policy, it's basically saying like, hey, this is the game rule set we're going to use. And that game rule set has these limiters, has these edge cases. Edge case being like, if you make Steve from Minecraft walk, and you give him extra space to walk on a ledge, then the edge case will be like a little edge case where like you will walk out onto invisible air, even though you're not supposed to do that, because it's trying to give you breathing room so that you're not going to fall off. But the consequence of that is that you can actually float on a block. So rule sets can have weird quirks to them. And that is the main thing you have to think about when talking about policies. But it also means that a lot of people will determine what they think is a policy and what they don't most of the time. Or that's how a lot of people are taught. It's not a good way to think. And I'm going to explain a little bit of why, but also how the boycott inherently kind of has problems. Or the boycott had problems from doing that. So a good example of gamers being big dummies about this is the game behind me, Call of Duty Cold War. I'm not sure how many people say it nowadays, but back in the day, when you youngins may have not been here unless you're older than me, I'm gonna still call you a youngin because I'm in charge of this stream. The World at War was a game where like people learned how guns work, they learned warfare, like literal like warfare strategies and stuff, but it was not politics because they were fun historical things or like a bunch of different reasons, basically going like, no, this fun thing that I like is not political, even though it is literally war. So and war is just policy or like government policy done by different means. When you can't talk it out, people shoot it out, and it's not great. But it also means that like war is political, which is one of the easier things to see as political. But when you turn into a game as a fun thing, people stop seeing that as policy. Or you have game companies that like will go like, no, this game about like literal American imperial warfare is like not political. It's just a game. And like it becomes silly because then you have all these things that you can't talk about or become really silly. Where it's like, oh, if you bust up a coffee maker, that's political. Oh, you can't talk about oil executives because, like, you know, sure, it's like they're evil and stuff, but that's not political. It's just, you know, companies being evil. It's corporatism. Oh, you can't speak out because, you know, I want my peace and quiet, and you're annoying me by telling me about this issue. So, politics becomes an issue when discussing these things because the boycott is just one of many depressing things that has come about. Because Twitch is not special. Twitch is just one of place in a many, and you can see that there is just so many problems, from like poverty to America's actual infrastructure and design bankrupting us, to, you know, the people who have conspiracies around Democrats being pedos, ignoring pedos, or alleged pedos. Alleged. So yeah, it's annoying. Or you get like the silly things where people go, haha, it's funny politics because Trump like did a dumb thing, and like it's like, haha, I'll laugh at this but ignore like how he kind of destroyed a lot of things too. So the boycott is one of the like neat things to see, because you can see how policies work. For the boycott, people didn't have to do much, and it was a simple thing of like, oh, good humanity restoring thing of like, hey, people care about marginalized people, so people wanted to do something, and the cost of doing that was very small, so people did it. But the problem from that is that then you basically have things of like, oh, well, if you do this bigger thing, that would be better, and if you don't frame it the right way, people will not have a happy time. And this is a thing that is on Twitch itself. Also, whoa, thank you for hug. But yeah, also Fringleness, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. Also, thank you. I try to be adorable every day, especially when talking about Twitch and how people don't always like politics. So another or a main thing that you'll see on Twitch at points is people who literally write in their chats like, oh, no politics, don't talk about politics, stuff like that. And the weird thing about whenever that's written in a description is what is considered political and what is not considered political can change a lot of things in a dime. If you discuss issues as just issues and then go like, oh, these are the outcomes, this is why this is happening, this is the underlying reason, you can actually discuss any topic. But if you make things into a political topic, then it becomes a big issue. And that doesn't mean that like, if there's a big disagreement, it's gonna have arguments, you're gonna not want to argue, people are gonna get annoyed by that. But there's a difference in saying like, oh, this conversation is gonna lead to an argument, is this the place to state it, versus people trying to ignore a problem because they don't want to deal with it. And that's the issue with some of these things, is that like some of these, like if you're a marginalized person, hello, are you okay? Oh no. Hello? Okay, I'm fine again. It is having a time. If you're a marginalized person and for a lot of your life the things that people call politics are just your normal day-to-day, why are you going to come to a website for fun and then have to talk about that again? You're not going to want to do that, because like if you spend your entire life doing that, you will not have a life. So like, not saying like, hey, no politics here, or just casual conversations is a good thing to have. You want those spaces to have those conversations. But the issue then becomes like, who is saying no politics because they don't want to deal with an issue because they don't think it's an issue to deal with, or people who are just genuinely trying to find a place to relax. And that's a very hard line to figure out unless you actually know the person. And on entry, you don't really know that. But like, there are other ways to then phrase like no politics, as in like no bigotry, no fascism, blah blah blah, stuff like that. And then like a statement that's just like, keep it casual, because like if you talk about politics of like, hey, being gay is cool, that is a political statement because there are people who want to get rid of the gays. But like if you're part of the LGBT plus community, you're fine with just going like, oh, I'm gay, and it's like, okay, and no one's gonna care. It's a casual conversation thing. If you bring it up to your conservative uncle that you have a partner and they're like, oh, well, God doesn't like that, you will then run into the problem, and then that's not a casual conversation. So you kind of have to show what your politics are. And this becomes a whole individual decentralized problem again, is that if you want to movement to do something, but also you don't know what people want, then it's hard to do. Labels are very easy ways of figuring out what people will like or dislike and stuff like that, but those labels are not always helpful. Communist is a fun one to discuss because in America, it's a scary word for a lot of people, even though when you look at it, it's like, oh, this is fine. Even something like fascism is something where you can look at it like, oh, this is just a system that works like this. It's a bad system, but it's an understandable system. So if you understand how it works, then you can have a very casual conversation about it until you get into like, oh, well, if it applies, like if people actually apply it, then it becomes like, oh, this is no longer a casual conversation. But we need to be able to recognize when we can have those casual conversations or not. And we need more nuance to that, especially if we're all divided into different streams. Because otherwise, we're not going to be able to have those discussions. And people are either going to get overwhelmed and just go like, no politics. Like, that's basically the problem. Now that I'm saying it, is that we need to find a way to reduce the amount of issues that people have to deal with so that they can actually deal with those issues. Oh my lord, my rig is not having a good time. We need to make those issues a lot easier to deal with so that people can like focus on some, because like you can't fix all the world's problems. You can only fix some. But if enough people specialize on specific things, you can do a lot of things. Like you can get a lot of things done. That's how our current society works. Not everyone is a computer scientist. Not everyone is a janitor. Not everyone is a truck driver. But all those jobs are important. If you don't clean things, things get dicey very quickly. If you don't have computer scientists, well then we don't get the fun memes of PogChamps and stuff. And I want my PogChamps and also transactions so that I can buy like my like boba tea or like chicken nuggets or anything that I want. And like truck drivers are required because they transport the goods and services that we use every day. And without them, society would fall into weeks by some estimations. So like they're very important and should be paid more. So we need to have a better way of discussing that. So going over, or actually, hang on, I made a note that was good, and I'm sad that I didn't write it in, or like say it in, because it would have been a good point. And that is that on June 15th, or this is a quote from, I didn't cite my source. Koor is a dumbass. I'm pretty sure this is from Wikipedia because I'm lazy at points. And Wikipedia, although is not the best source to use, it is a good starting source. So it is fine to use. Don't let anyone else say that. If you want more specific sources, go to the actual reference area that they reference because they have their sources for those pages. But if you're just looking for general information, use Wikipedia, please. You will find so much information on Wikipedia. So in June 2015, the Supreme Court ruled in a landmark civil rights case of Obergefell versus Hodges that the fundamental right of same-sex couples to marry on the same terms and conditions as opposite-sex couples with all the accompanying rights and responsibilities is guaranteed by both the Due Process Clause and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Which, that was a quote from, I'm pretty sure, Wikipedia, hopefully, please. And that's the thing of like, the year that this happened is 2015, which means that this was a political question that was in a court that was less than a decade old. Most of us, or I hope all of us here, are old enough to have been in 2015. If not, why are you here? Fucking go play somewhere else. Go have a childhood, my little child. Go, get away. So like, this was literally a political question. Like, this was a government question. What people would consider as policy now is modern day place. So in that short period of time, you went from a super political question to like if you question the gays, you're gonna have to be more subtle about how you do it, because otherwise you're gonna piss off a lot of people who think it's normal. So, excuse me. So you have like we have to be very careful about how we're talking about what is politics and what isn't politics, just as a general thing. And when people have like no politics, like figure out like, oh, is it like, can they rephrase that to a better thing, or is there a reason why they say this, without like harassing people? Because again, there are people who write that in their description because they have to deal with politics constantly as their life, and like a sense that like we would see as like too much. So coming to a fun platform is not a thing that they want to then deal with again. It's not fun. It's a thing that at points just needs to be left alone, but also is a point at which like we should also question. And that's a balance that I actually don't have a solution for this in this presentation, because I'm just very blunt most of the time when the topic comes up. So I'm not good at this, but that's fine, because there's all of you and all of everyone else in the world that can do better than me for that sort of thing. And I'm glad, because then other people can figure that out. So, wait, hang on. Kolfriako, thank you for the follow. We have a fun and pure time. Or Fion, Dragon. There is a lot of, yeah, this model does have a ma. Bento did have some thoughts. I should explain that. Oh, why does I think it's my camera. I think the camera's overheating. Oh no, it's that. Okay, so I'm just gonna phase out because my camera's probably gonna have a bad time. But yeah, Bento knows of Vore, so he has. It seems like he has good references as far as I know. Hopefully, I'm not misquoting him or anything, but like, he knows. He knows enough to make a good mom. So that is our lesson of the day. But yeah, oh, also that's fine. Also, yeah, if it's a quick side note, because like this actually is a panel for it. So a lot of politics is always framing. If you're gay, then you're not going to get overwhelmed with other people being gay, because it's like, oh, well, this is a casual thing, while talking about maybe like how the School of Americas was an institution to teach people in Latin America to overtake their countries, so that people corporations here could get resources from those countries. Like, that's a lot to take in. That's a lot to learn about, and that's hard to learn in a day. And also, like, some things like being a person of color, a lot of talks about racism are things that like at points are just things where like somebody points it out and was like, oh, you have given me the language to talk about an experience I've had a lot, while for somebody else it's like, whoa, this happens. And it's one of those things where like for me it's just like a casual thing, because like I've lived with it for all my life, so like it's not a big deal anymore. It's just like, oh, you pointed it out, neat. While somebody else may have like an entire breakdown for like the understanding that these sorts of things happen, or like sort of bad things happen. So you need to pick your battles and go like, you know, it's not avoiding, you shouldn't avoid politics. You should just understand your limits. So like, if like you should, like, there are some easy things that you can do for politics, such as like voting systems are pretty easy. If ranked choice voting is a system that allows you to vote for multiple people, and rank your choice, thus ranked choice voting. So if you say liked chocolate cake and vanilla cake, you could vote for both vanilla and chocolate cake, but maybe you want chocolate cake over vanilla, which is a real choice. When you go into an ice cream shop, you go like, well, I like this flavor, but I want this flavor more. Well, you can vote for that, and by doing that you can get a better approximation of a choice that you want, which is a legal system that can be put into place, and one that we don't have here in the US. So if you wanted to go and talk about like, oh, we could add ranked choice voting, these are some of the action committees that are, or like not action committees, but like groups that are talking about it here in my state. This is what they say are some bills that we can vote for or push for, and like that becomes easy, because then you're not worrying about like hard things, but it's still political. And then when you like, sometimes maybe you have like, for me being a person of color, a lot of racist stuff, or a lot of racial discussions are things I'm interested in because they affect my life, because if those get better, my life gets better. So I'm more willing to go into that discussion. So then I'm a person who is willing to do that stuff, which is why you see a lot of like marginalized groups fighting for their own rights, is because they have to deal with it more. Thus, it just makes sense that they are going to deal with it more. But if you're like adjacent to that or like that sort of thing, you can go like, oh, well, I'm going to interact with this discussion because I have interest in it too. Or like I have a friend that I want to help and stuff like that. And that's really what a lot of politics becomes. And what a lot of people like, if you don't call something politics and you just talk about the problem and its solution or solutions that could happen, a lot of politics becomes really easy. Because at that point, you're not going like, oh no, what are all these implications? You're just going like, we're going to take it step by step as to what we're going to do. If Patreon has only 2% of people, how are we actually going to make it to where there's a higher percentage of people who can live on with Patreon? Hang on, I can't see. I have to look at my other monitor. If Amazon is making a huge amount of capital being money, capitalism, capital, whoa, they have a huge amount of capital, maybe it's like, well, what percentage of capital should they have? We have a minimum wage saying how much people are allowed to have minimally earned. Why can't we have a maximum wage? You know, that's a discussion to have, and that has very specific like goal sets. If you say like, well, everyone should have like shouldn't make over 100K, that is a very set goal. You can also do like, oh, well, maybe it should just be a percentage. Maybe it should be this. And then you can just like easily go down the line of like what you feel comfortable with and like understand where people come from. You know, a billionaire will say, no, it should be this way because I think that I'm good with my money. And it's like, okay, well, should one person make the decisions for everyone? If we're in a free country, should more people have the freedom to do the thing? And like those are the sort of discussions that starts getting you down into like the political rabbit hole of no longer being politics, but just like understanding a topic. And then it's no longer scary because you understand part of the topic. There's always stuff that you'll never know about and stuff that you can mess up on. But as long as you're trying and as long as you're taking the steps to understand what you're doing, you're more than likely than not, or you're more likely to like be okay. And, you know, fear is not a fun feeling. So understanding those things can make the fear go away and thus can improve your life in that sense. And if there is something like Afghanistan for me, I don't know much about the Middle East. I do not like war. So I know general stuff about war, but I don't like to go into wars as much. Oh, pog face. So like I will never be able to like describe all the issues. I know some of the issues because they relate to other problems that I have interest in, but like I will never have that discussion. And that's okay because there are a lot of other people willing to have that discussion and already have the nuances to where I don't need to worry about that. I can just go to a few sources and be like, what's this position over here? What's this position over here? Now I can have a casual idea of what I should think, but I'm not going to put anything set in stone because I'm one, not part of that conversation. So anything I say doesn't matter. But two, like I'm not going to deal with this, but if I have a choice of doing something and it's explained to me well enough, then like I will try to do this because that's all. Like you don't do things randomly. Everyone does things because they can do them. So being able to do it is a good thing. Also, thank you for petting the bean soul. Also for the pets today, for all the redeems today, I'll like put them back because it's a little off today. But yeah, thank you for petting the bean soul, the telekinetic bean pet. But yeah, so for anyone worried about politics, you shouldn't worry about that. You should worry about problems, like specific problems, and then solve those specific problems. They may intersect with things that are very political and like what we consider to be political. But again, if you just focus on the problem and then just find a solution, you will have so much more of a better time than trying to worry about what a political thing is. So yeah. So yeah. So the 2% of Patreon can be fixed. The subscriptions that you give, like with Prime and stuff, are political because you're giving capital or money to different people and you're deciding on who gets to control what and how. So what your money goes to is political in the sense of like you're asking or you're saying where should money go, what should be done. For like all the streamers that have a lot of money, them and what they do, who they partner with and stuff, also is political because like, you know, they could give away like the majority of their money to a charity and be fine, or at least like go back to like being like around the median average of what people are, and they don't. So like that's a political choice, but at the same time, like it's always hard because like you get weird arguments too. You have to be like cognizant of what nuances there are in that sense. Like if everyone gave their money away, technically everyone could be at the same money level, but then everyone would be poor, so that wouldn't be fun. So you know, just it's jumping into conversations, and I'm glad that a lot of people jumped into the day off Twitch conversation, because at least that's a starting to go into a place where it's like, hey, we are going to discuss Twitch's problems. Now I think there's a little bit more problems in that, because again, what we consider as political changes what happens. I would say that the amount of people that don't have closed captions is something that is political, because then people are denied access to streams. Thus, like I have an OBS thing, what is it, a mod plugin for the Twitch's CC to work. So like on the actual viewer, you can like get the little bar to show up, and it'll have the CC on there, because I was trying to make sure that people could understand me in chat, even though the voice recognition is kind of janky and bad. That is something that gives people more access to the stream, which is something that is easy to do and also helps people. And there are different ways. Oh, there are different plugins that. Oh whoa, oh whoa. It seems like it's streaming fine. I don't know if it's a new stream or not. Did I save it in time, or is it like a brand new stream? If it is, I guess that's fine. It's just that the VOD will be odd. But oh, that's sad. Okay, I'll just have to stitch them together, but that's fine. At least I'm back. I don't know what happened. I guess streaming for a long time doing this is hard. Yeah, I mean, for this talk, I'm not gonna post it to YouTube. I'm probably take clips from it, but I would actually make this into a YouTube video in the future for like my stills and stuff. Because I think that if I can make it, I could actually have made this presentation a lot more cohesive if I had more time. But because the boycott was made in 2 weeks, I could not do that. And I already have a thing later to talk about this. Actually, I'm gonna spoil it. If you do any action that's against a company that's been here for a long time, you need to like have a longer duration of your planning, because what you're creating is infrastructure. A boycott is very easy to make and very easy to fizzle out, because it takes 2 seconds to make. Twitch has been creating systems for a long time. Every company has, a lot of things have. You actually have to build up the systems for people to do things, because like captions are an easy thing to do, but a lot of people don't even think about that, which means Twitch should already have a thing where it's like, this is how you do the captions, this is how you add the captions, this is the option for the captions. Excuse me, I burped. And like that should just be a thing on Twitch. Like when you become a streamer, it should just have a pop-up of like, this is the thing. It does have a pop-up for things, but the things that it pops up as is like not for CC or closed caption. So that is an issue that Twitch should address. Like a lot of people have boycotted this for like marginalized people, but then like not as many people seem to boycott Twitch for gambling, which gambling is a super addictive thing that's harmful for kids and for adults. And having that on a platform that it has a lot of engagement systems to make it to where people are more likely to have an addiction to gambling is really bad, and probably should be something that we should address in the first place. Anyway, Twitch's lack of community support, like actually like grouping of people together so that they can actually have more interactions together, and like not superficial ones of like, ooh, I shared my emote in another chat, but like actual like bring people together is something that's political, because individualizing people creates a lot of rules and systems that then separates people to where they do an inefficient boycott. Having people together is something that would actually make things better. And like even discussing things like games and politics always come together. So like if you have Call of Duty, like it's a fun game, but maybe you can actually discuss like what was the Cold War, what were people doing, like is this realistic to the thing. Like it's easy to like talk about that and make things into a casual conversation about history in a fun way that's not just like the Cold War happened at this time, but actually like, oh hey, did you know that like Kennedy almost caused the world to explode because he was trying to be like masculine rather than actually do what was right. And like that's a cool thing. Like those are things that like you can interject, and then people are interested in that because it's not just history but like just fun information. Except I wouldn't do that with Call of Duty. I would do that with Nier, because Nier is a lot better of a game. Call of Duty shit. Nier Automata is a game that everyone should play, because it is a philosophical powerhouse and it's super fun. Its music is great. I'm simping for, or not simp. I did not say that. Don't worry about it. I am tier 3ing Nier because I love Nier so much. Nier is great. I love it's great. And it had so many thematic things to it that it's great. It's fantastic. I love it. And you should too, in the sense of like you should play it if you have the chance, because yeah. And like again, there are people who are also like, this isn't like, all this stuff isn't even rare. Like the clip that I showed of Ludwig earlier is political. We're gonna watch it again just because it's like, I'm glad that I found this clip, or like I clipped this, because like this is a very political statement that, again, Twitch is not going to allow because it's spamming, but he is directly talking about some of the things that we have been discussing.
A day of Twitch, not trying to be a dickhead, just a little reminder for everyone. No, I appreciate that, Mary. I also don't mind. I actually think that the main power that people have is bandwagoning people and shaming them into doing shit. Like if my chat just literally spammed a day off Twitch for 3 hours straight to the point where I wouldn't be able to interact with chat, I would just end my fucking stream. The viewers have so much more power than they think. The same power that is used for BTS
to simplify the game,
to upvote every single song they make and YouTube video they make to be #1 trending,
where does Night really go?
Can also be used for social progress.
Oh no, I think I have to take it.
Also, hey. Also, yeah, Juice Ups, it's a clip. We're talking about how the boycott could have been better, and also how the power, like where we can actually do things to affect Twitch, because that is very important. And my stream died, so we are on the other part of the stream now because the other stuff went away. But yeah, it's a good to realize. Oh Lord, my poor riggy. It's good to realize like how much power people have, and how we can actually make a lot of these things like not political but just action oriented, like hey, we should do this, we should do that. And like it's like when Ludwig said that, he wasn't going like, oh, this is political because the viewership then has the means of blah 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 blah. It's just like, hey, if the viewers don't like something and they complain enough, they can get things to happen, because like 100 people yelling at you is very scary. If you've ever been a manager or near a manager being yelled at, one person, one Karen, is not fun to deal with. 100 Karens is a fucking nightmare. So if we like want to use that sort of power, we can. Maybe not become Karen, but like, you know, that is a thing that we can do, and is a thing that people have tried to do. Oh, I got covered. Okay, so this is a post that I guess it's good that it's kind of covered. Twitch blackout. Who, when, and what is it? While some are supporting the motion of not streaming on Twitch for 24 hours, others have decided to reject the proposal. You would think that this article is from this month, but actually, It is from June 24th of 2020. The boycott has happened before, and what did Twitch do? It did some stuff, but it was negligible because it wasn't done correctly. And also, boycotting doesn't do anything because boycotting is just a tool, and if that tool isn't right for the job, then nothing will happen. And the main thing that actually was good that came out of the boycott was all these articles, because having a voice from these articles is what makes people notice oh, hey, Twitch has a problem. Same thing goes for things like Blizzard Activision. They had a lot of alleged sexual harassment, and from people knowing it from news articles are now pissed at Blizzard. Same thing goes for Ubisoft and stuff like that. People knowing things means people have to make a decision in their head, even if it's something like, oh, I'm not going to deal with this. People make a decision in their head, and that means that if you tell somebody something and also give them the option of hey, you can do this, people are willing to do it. If you give them the option of just hey, boycott and do this, and this will do X, people will do it. You have to make the choice easy for people, because not everyone wants to spend their time researching esoteric things so that they can go oh yes, I can finally after 10 years do this. Sometimes you want to let the nerd who has read all the stuff then go hey, look at these options. This is why these options exist in a digestible format. Maybe do one of these things. And then people do it. And that makes life a lot better. So that gets us to, or I guess part 3 is about how politics is not, politics is a scary word, but politics is only a framing of information. If you discuss information in terms of problems and solutions and their outcomes, you can get a lot more done. And if you make sure to actually think through what the problem is, why the problem's there, and then different solutions, even ones that don't work, just have different solutions and what their outcomes are, you can get a lot better outcomes, which is what games do. If you jump in Mario wrong and you hit the Goomba, you fail, which was you did jump, that was right, but the outcome was not great. So maybe you jump in a different place, or maybe you don't jump, maybe you use a hammer, or maybe use a fireball. Things like that. You have to go step by step, and then if you go step by step, things aren't as scary and things get done, which is really cool. Also, yeah, margins are a major thing that affects them, but also I've talked about money a lot in this. I don't know if I'm pretty sure I have, but I'll reiterate also is that the people who work at Twitch, the corporation, is a thing. And people inside Twitch are people that are just incentivized to do things, all these things. So there are people you can reach and change, but if they don't have a direction, then they can't change. Sometimes a corporation will do a good thing because people inside that corporation just want to do the good thing, because people are people still. It's just very unlikely, because most of the time, the solutions given are ones that just don't help, or ones that are just if you give more money, it solves the issue. And just giving more money does not solve the issue. Also, they just keep extracting money. So it's it's not helpful. So yeah, money talks. Money does a lot, but we can do a lot of different things. And money isn't the only thing. Which means... I did the wrong thing. We're gonna go back. I'm just gonna stay small because it's very hard to do this. I don't think I can do unless I get it automated. I'm not gonna be able to do the cool thing. So, part 4. The solutions. I've been complaining a lot, and that's not great. Understanding the problem is great, but if all you ever do is just complain about the problem, then you never find a solution. Sometimes getting early solutions is good. So the boycott was an early solution that was done before, so it shouldn't have been done again, but it was an early solution, and at least people doing the boycott means that things happened. Even if it was literally nothing, because it literally was people sitting out and doing nothing. For most people. Some people actually did other things too, but again, you should do more than nothing. We can actually start talking about solutions for other things. So let's talk about diversity of tactics. The big word. Oh, well, my rig is very happy about it. So I'm gonna take a water really quick. Diversity of tactics. The boycott was fine, or the boycott is fine if other things are happening. A lot of the reasons why a lot of complaints from other people were very valid or easy to like go like, oh yeah, that's nothing's gonna change, is because nothing else was happening with some people. Like just going like, we're gonna protest Twitch so that they don't, or that they may do something, means that one tactic is to do that. But then you have to go like, okay, well, what else are you doing? And so that's where diversity of tactics comes from. Or sometimes on the internet and like real life, people see diversity as tactics as like everyone has to pick one solution, and that's the only time that you can do that solution. Also, Wizdra Gaming and Naruto Swa, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. But yeah, diversity of tactics means that different people are doing different things, and usually what you want to go towards is the same goal. Also, whoa, Runoka, thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. We want people to do different tactics because like that's how, like, that's actually one of the good things about capitalism. When you listen to it, it's like competition breeds innovation. That's not fully true, but the truth in that is that like if you have two people who are competing against each other and like, oh well, I'm gonna one up you, oh I'm gonna one up you, and they do the same thing, then at that point it's like, well, why don't you guys just work together and then you can do the same thing? Well, what if like one person's like, well no, I want to make electricity by making generators at a shorter distance so that people can have a nicer time, or like it's a lot more smaller electricity things over a longer distance so that it's like you don't get as much power, but you also don't have to use as much materials for trying to transport large amounts of current. And somebody else may go like, no, we want one generation plant and we want really thick wires to transport that currency, or the currency of the current of electricity. So having those two diverse sets of tactics means that everyone still gets electricity, but like what tactic works and what doesn't is something that then gets competed against. And that's a good thing, because like after like we actually had that, Tesla and Edison both competed against each other, and the smaller generators won out, because if you have a really large wire carrying a lot of electricity, that one wire being the only source means that a lot of things can break. If you have smaller generators, that means less areas are affected. And also, like, it sucks that you don't get as much generation of power, but there are other ways to get around that. So, like, you can, and also the DC current, blah, blah. There's other things about beyond that too, but like that competition in that sense was good because you had a diversity of thought to create new solutions. And you don't need two random people making inventions to have that diversity of thought, but you do need to think about what other people are doing and also what you're doing and how that may affect others and your goals as well. So one thing about the boycott that could have been improved instantly would have been to actually, like, instead of if the boycott had done the whole protest thing, but also made a better demands list that was more specific, like at this site, which is really good, we could actually get solutions that Twitch can do. Because in this sense, withholding stuff didn't do much, but it gets people's attention. But what did people's attention go to? Well, bad things happened on Twitch. It didn't exactly go into solutions. It just went into like, well, we want better tools, we want this and that. And like some of them were really good. Some of them, like in the 4 panels, some of them were really good. I think, I can't remember, I have to read it again, but like some of them were just like, this isn't helpful for corporate speak. But this list over here is like safety and security. Two-factor authentication is something that people should already have because it's better for internet security. But also, if you have that authentication, that means that you have to get a bot to do another step, which means that that's harder to do. Or that's harder to create a bot then. That also means it's hard to create a customer, but at the same time, you could do like, oh, well, you can view a stream, you just can't chat until you have two-factor authentication, or the streamer has the option to enable two-factor authentication as an option. Like, you can add a feature to say like, there's actually a feature right now that says like, if you haven't registered your email, you can't chat. And like, you could do that with two-factor authentication. You can do that, like you can do mandated email verification before anyone can chat, if you really wanted to. You can prevent like ban users from accessing the channel at all, so they can't even get anything, which would be a nice thing to have. Even if somebody has to log out, that's an extra step that somebody has to take. So like putting like, hey, let's just put this barrier here is something that should be here. And like, you can go through this list and see like how specific these things can be, and how a corporation can't go like, we're doing better by increasing safety and security. It's like, oh, we have to actually figure out a way to enable two-factor authentication toggle for a streamer. Oh, we actually have to figure out how to channel IP ban somebody. Oh, we actually need to do this very specific thing. Because in the major solution for most like corporate speak is that you actually have to deal with them like a corporation, and we don't always do that. Also, wait, hang on a second. I have tried some granola bars before. I'm not sure if I tried those, but yeah. Also, Kenobi-san, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. Also, I'm gonna drink water before I go into this. Oh, too much water, too much chugging. Okay, so I used to be a manager or an assistant manager for a like mid-tier fast-ish food restaurant. So it wasn't like super fast food. I feel like it wasn't super fast food, but also it was like really fast food. So that was what I had to deal with. And so I had my position that was supposed to be an assistant actually turn into an underpaid like slightly store manager-y thing, because like a lot of the managers above me didn't do stuff. So like I had to learn how to talk in the chain of command so I could talk to like the regional supervisor or corporate supervisor, headquarters, stuff like that. So when you're talking to people in those sorts of like places, you have to understand that like the regional supervisor is doing a job, and their job is sometimes against yours. Even if you're in the same company, they are against you. So some things that you have to be very careful about is my place disappeared. Okay, you're gonna have to imagine the points. Also, Sulking Bear, thank you for the follow. I hope you have a fun and pure time. Is that you have to be direct about what things you want done. So you can't go like, oh, there's kind of an issue that I want dealt with. Can like that happen at some point? Like, no, you need to be like what the demand list said, which was like, we want two-factor authentication as a toggle so that streamers can choose if they want to like restrict people in this way. And you have to then go like, oh, what time frame are you working in to deal with that? You also need to understand like, oh, which people should you actually talk to? Because if you talk to me at the restaurant and somebody was like, oh, I want this from you, and it was like, okay, well, I only have this much access to the system, so I can't do that. Then they would have to go up the chain of command to actually get that access, which means that if you're talking to somebody in Twitch and they're just like a PR person that doesn't have access to anything or doesn't have enough knowledge to deal with an issue, they'll just corporate speak you, and that's annoying because you're not going to actually get to the problem. All you're going to do is listen to like, we hear you, chat, we hear you, we're here to like listen to your problems, because here at twitch.tv.gov/Oreo mix, I don't know, we know that you're dealing with hate raids. We're sorry. We understand that there are like oh man, I haven't done that in a long time. We understand that there is a lot of that there is a problem here that we need to address. We have failed our community and we want to do better. we are looking into options that we can take to help you deal with these hate raids so that you can have a better experience on our platform. Like that's basically what happens, and then months later nothing happens because it was just PR speak. And also, if you're like, hey, we want to fix this problem with the bots like changing character sets, and then you go to somebody who's an actual engineer and goes like, oh no, Unicode doesn't work like that. So like so if you get rid of this character set, then you're getting rid of this. You can change the font and stuff and stop that, but then you're also eliminating this. So like if you have like only Latin characters, that means that people from other languages can't interact with you, which means that you're going to have to set up how to even interact in that sort of ways, and blah 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 blah. And also, do you have to keep a bot that checks which things can't and can't be there if it's a large character set, blah blah blah. Like you start having all these problems where it's like, oh, this technical problem that seemed really easy was actually super duper hard, and that's not great. So you need to also understand, like, if somebody doesn't know what they're talking about, you have to go like, okay, who do I talk to deal with this? Who can actually help me? And if you are like, oh, well, I'm not sure what the problem is here, then you need somebody else to come in and be like, who knows the problem, who can actually talk and like translate. Basically, you're in the same language, but even if somebody knows computer science and somebody knows medical stuff, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden they're like, yes, I can both talk about medical and computer science stuff. Like that doesn't happen. But there are some people who can do both, and disseminating that or talking about that information in a way that both sides can understand means that a lot better information goes through. So if you have like Twitch going like, we've talked to one member in the POC community, it doesn't it doesn't inherently mean that like anything's going to get done, because if that person doesn't know what's happening on a certain level, then like it doesn't matter. They can, or maybe like both people know what the problem is, but they don't have a solution because there aren't enough people with the solution to actually fix that problem. And not being clear means that like it's harder to create that solution. So like you have to ensure that you are directly saying what you want, setting a time frame of what you want, and actually getting like visibility about how that works. Because also, if you have a PR person go like, oh, we're going to do something, and then they disappear for months, like there's no accountability. And also it could also just mean that they don't even know who to go to. So then like, it's not even that they don't want to get stuff done, it's just that they can't. And so you want to make sure that like you can have people look and go like, oh no, you're supposed to go here because this is clearly the person you want. You know, you don't want to go into that. Like, has anyone ever called customer service and like they've been in a loop because they're like, oh no, I can't do this, go to this person, oh no, I can't do this, go to this person? That's the chain of command failing. That's a project manager failing. You don't want that, and you want to make sure that you can just go like, no, I am dealing with like a financial issue, I want the financial department, and if this is the specific financial issue, I want this very specific person. So we need to do things like that to actually get the solutions done. And for Twitch being a corporation that's far away, it's harder to do that, which means that the demand list needs to be more visible and needs to be a lot, like with enough people checking it, you can get really specific solutions, which means that we need to do that before just saying like, we're going to boycott and demand things. Like, get very, very specific list of demands and then see what they can do with those lists, and then force them to tell you how much they can do, because they will weasel out as much as they can, because there are a lot of people who don't want to do the work and also don't know what to do with the work. If they don't know, just have them say they don't know, but they can do these specific steps to learn what to do, because they can do specific steps to learn what to do. If they don't know the specific steps, you get another person. So yeah, and that's how you get like different types of diversity of tactics in that sense, for at least Twitch, because there are more tactics to have, but also in the diversity of tactics, it shouldn't require one person to mention all those, because like this is a problem old as time. And there are people who are smarter than me who already know how to do this. There are people whose whole volunteer work or job is to deal with this, which means that there are people who can talk about this in a way that is even more nuanced than like I can think of, even in my experience of dealing with like human resources in like different settings, or dealing with management in different settings at like different levels and stuff. Because like in my second job too, I was more efficient enough to like get nosy enough to like get into some information that like casual coworkers didn't know about. So like I could talk to people or know where to go. So like knowing, like if you're a corporate person, if you're like a manager and stuff, you can add like sometimes those skills transfer to things like Twitch, which is really helpful for helping other people who may not have that experience. And then people, like if you have a skill, you can use that skill to do stuff. It's a diversity of tactics. So we should do that more, because there are like musicians, there are scientists, there are managements, like management people, brokers, all like so many different people who have the same goal of like fixing stuff that we can do together. The only thing is connecting those people together, and that's what we need most of. So we need people to like actually like when we have discussions, maybe instead of just going like, oh, Twitter can do a thing, like say like, hey, is there like a server where we can do that? Is there a better way to aggregate information like through a Google form that's visible and stuff like that? Like actually get information to where everyone can view it and where everyone can process the information. Otherwise, we're just going to keep doing the same thing, and somebody's going to go like, I've come up with a great idea. Guys, we can boycott Twitch again. And like, they won't say the again part because they won't know, but like they'll think that it's great. And then the same process will recycle. If we understand our history, then we can deal with the problems, because we will have understood all the things, or like what has happened before, to correct the mistakes today. Just like in a video game where if you fall into the hole once as Mario, you go like, oh, the hole killed me. I am not going to do that. I'm going to jump over the hole. And then you learn from that. And that's how you complete a game. This can be the exact same way. Which I'm going to talk about one of the things that I would like to do, because I think that it may work depending on how many people do it, but I think that it actually is pretty useful for the simple fact that like it has been used in the past. It's just it has a major downside, but I don't think that downside matters as much. But I also have drank a lot of water from all the water break stuff, so I am gonna feed a thirsty flower very quickly. So I'm gonna be right back. Hello, I'm back. The flower has been fed. Oh, thank you. I am almost done with this, or I'm like halfway with the other bottle, so we're getting there with all the waters. I'm eventually gonna have to make an accurate measurement, because otherwise I'm gonna like keep chugging water bottles at different rates and it'll be a weird time, but that's for a future time. Also hello. Okay, so different diversity of tactics. One of them has actually been this stream. I think that one of the better things to have done for the boycott would have been to actually stream with a VOD so that it can be collected about the issues or solutions that we have for Twitch. Because if Twitch gets like a lot of people on Twitch may have not even known about this stuff, because Twitter is not Twitch. Twitter is something that is completely different from Twitch, and acting like that, acting like everyone on Twitch goes to Twitter is a silly thing. Thus, if we want to fix a Twitch problem, we probably need to do it on Twitch. So if everyone had streamed like the same title with a same like theme to it, we could have actually done a lot, because then people have been like, oh, what is this problem? And then chat, like, I didn't do it for this time because I feel like this would be need to be like a bigger thing, but like have chat be like, hey, what are solutions that we can do for this? Because I have this specific problem that I wanted to address from the overall goal. And then with people aggregating ideas together, then we could like people then they could go to Twitter and be like, hey, what's this? But also a lot of streamers know other streamers, which means that if you talk to one streamer, then you can be like, oh, we'll pass this information over to here. And you're then using the network of streamers to actually create something where everyone can broadcast and go like, hey, we are going to try and do this. Let's do this. And that's what the boycott did. the boycott did have people aggregate information to like a bunch of people and then spread that around. You can do that a lot faster with a smaller group of people. So, like streamers are a good way to do that. So are viewers. You spreading information around is just as effective, but for the platform itself, if you have like, it's like a boss at a workplace. You can go around to different coworkers, but if a boss says something and goes like, "Hey, we're gathering here. Here's the thing," it just spreads faster. It's not that you can't spread it, but it can spread faster. So using that as a tool is a good thing to do. So that's what I think like would have been a really good idea. And it's something that actually was put into practice, but like it should have been a thing of like on Twitter be like, we are going to stream all at like this time or in this time range, and it's going to be about this, and we're going to do these ideas, and then we're going to put them all into like a Google form or something. And then we could actually have data to actually like aggregate together. And yeah, but also my other idea that I have, which is silly, but I think that it can work if I like, I'll explain it. So, whoa, hello? Okay, there we go. It is drawing this cute little lad. This is a raccoon that I've drawn. I tried to make its design very simple. Also, with the whole using a website makes it easier to do things. I've made a URL that's Twitch Do Better with the website, so that it's easy to go like, oh, well, there's this link that you can go to. The link itself is just an Imgur link, but this one is a lot more recognizable than just imgur.com/blah blah blah blah. But yeah, so one thing that has happened in history, and also like even now, is that people like make art and stuff, and having a character that people can use is a tactic that I've actually used before. Oh, Badger Wolf, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time. Also, Ivory Q, thank you for the follow as well. If I haven't said that, I think I did, but we're gonna say it again. One thing that like art does is spreads a message around very fast, even because a lot of people will spread the message around without knowing what the message says, which is really bad, because at points people will spread around really harmful things by accident. But also, if you make it deliberate and explain it, then you can be like, oh, well, here's this. So if people start talking about like, hey, here's this really cute design, or here's this like basic cute design, somebody could maybe do something better, but like a cute design, and then go like, hey, here's this raccoon, he's like sad because he's getting these like hate raids. Or it's like, oh, hey, I'm just gonna do a cute little image of this raccoon. It's like, oh, where did the raccoon come from? Oh, well, it comes from this movement from here. Then you can get a lot more information to spread around about that, and a lot more attention. And it's a lot more passive, because then people are drawing this specific raccoon, and its association is with like fixing like Twitch issues. So you basically get like a little mascot, which is, again, it's a useful thing. A lot of PSAs do it, like don't burn forest fires is a bear. Or you have a lot of like corporations have mascots. Japan has a lot of mascots, if you ever want to look at like a massive amount of mascots. So making it easy to draw as well, or making elements of it easy to like spread around as well, would be useful. And it could also show like instead of people being like passive, like saying one off if they support doing something or not, they can actually like go like, oh, hey, I will take this drawing and post it somewhere on my page, and thus that is a like an actual symbol or connector to be like, hey, I support this movement for this reason, and this will bring it up, because you can go and put it on your stream and then go like, yo, that's a really cute raccoon, and then it's like, oh, cool, I can bring this up. And also for this specifically, I picked a raccoon because I like raccoons, but also raccoons have a second function in terms of like race hate, which is that the second part of the word is actually like a slur, which has a whole history to it, which I would recommend looking up, because I don't personally want to explain it again. It's good to explain things. It's bad when people don't explain things. But I think in this one instance, it is good to actually like look up the history of why that was used in a derogatory way, and why like it sucks because raccoons are cute. They're like they've mastered their elements in the urban environment and stuff to like be successful, and like crapping on raccoons is crappy, and then associating like a bad aspect to then human beings as well makes that a lot worse. But also it's such an like easy thing to come across that people can actually have quick discussions and go like, hey, this was a derogatory thing, please search up the term, because then you can learn about like why even this simple thing happened from history. And like that's a discussion that comes from like a cute character that also can discuss other things, because then it's like, oh, well, it's a cute character, but also I've learned this extra thing, and so I still like this cute character while also understanding now like a really important aspect of life. And then like one day, if people understand like the history behind it enough, maybe that word can like be reclaimed and go back into usage as like a kind word. Which if you're furry, this has already been a discussion. This is why a lot of people have changed their names at points, from using or like stop abbreviating and started using like rack instead, as the abbreviation, is to avoid the last part, so that like the people are showing respect in that way. Because like the second part does help too, like it makes it easier to easy to understand what it is, but like it's kind of what the boycott did. Showing something gives people hope, or shows other people that you're willing to do something, even if it's a small silly thing. And unless you have a good reason to go against it, because again, diversity of tactics, you can find like small ways to like make those interactions not be a big deal and not be a thing where like I hate when people, like, this is a personal thing for me, is that I hate when people start like yelling at people for saying like such like slurs that you don't come across that often or are used in like basic speech of other people. And instead of explaining, it's like, oh, you've done a terrible thing. And it's like, no, just explain out what it is. Because like most people will go like, oh, I didn't know that the history was there. I guess I'll try to do this instead. And they'll still make mistakes sometimes, but at least you want people to try. The boycott was people at least trying, even if it wasn't the best. And like trying is always something you want people to do. And trying to draw a cute character is something that is fun for people to do. So like, even if people don't like want the political side of it, they can be like, oh, well, it's a cute design, I'll draw it as like fan work and stuff. And I think that can be really useful. And I think that the design I made is simple enough to where you can like boil it down to a lot of things. Like the mask is literally just an M with a C, if you do it like in a quick way. His head is like a diamond, like, or kind of like a triangle with a C at the bottom as well. So like you can start getting super simple shapes with him, or them. We'll do them. So yeah, it's a good, I think it would be a good idea if anyone would like to draw them as well, to be like, hey, this is just them. And then also like the cloth on them I made in a way that has like, you can add extensions to it and stuff. I mean, you can add any cloth you want, but you could actually have it have like a symbol and stuff, so that way people ask like the cute raccoon, but also like, what does the symbol mean and stuff, which is something that already happens. Like if people come in and go like, why are you a yin, Koor? I can explain what a furry is, because that's how like symbolism works. So doing that with artwork is also doing that with something like this is also, I think, useful. It just depends on how many people pick it up and stuff. Downside to this is that symbols can be used in terrible ways. So like Pepe is a really good example of that, where like Pepe nowadays on Twitch is like a casual thing and has been removed from like the far right. But the far right did take it for a while and tried to associate it with really bad things. So like some companies still don't want to associate with it because it's not like good to associate with. And like even for a while I didn't know that Twitch had used it in a casual way, so like I was kind of concerned about it until I learned more that like, oh, people are reclaimed it basically. And like that process happens a lot. So like as long as people force a certain identity upon the symbolism, then bad faith people trying to change it is harder to do. So I think that making cute things like this and having a cute thing with a hard discussion on it is something worth trying, and it's something that has been done before, and it's something that like this won't teach everyone, and the proof to that is like go watch old like movies and TV shows for like kids. Sometimes you'll learn that things were like really complicated subjects that they made fun. A good example is X-Men, because people can kind of figure out the subtext nowadays. Subtext being like the underlying message of that's a little hidden. So like X-Men is about race and also about like foreign groups, because the X-Men are different from regular people, and regular people fear the different people. It's not a one-to-one exact thing for race and stuff like that, but those discussions start to help people understand like, oh, maybe these different groups of people aren't bad, and like, or maybe like sometimes people are bad, but it's not because of their powers, it's because of the people and blah blah blah, like, or not like that specific individual for very specific reasons, stuff like that. Like you can get really complicated and like nuanced discussions from a children's comic book, and a lot of things do that. That's where a lot of ideas come from. So adding cute to a serious thing is a good idea, I think, and should be done more. And that's my thing. So like if anyone wants to do fan art of them or make your own cute character that you think will do better, or any other solution that you have, do that. But yeah, if you want the recommend, that's the link, twitchdobetter.purecore.com, and it'll take you to the Imgur link of basically the ref, and you can do whatever you want. I made sure not to sign my name on it so that it just floats out into the ether if it does. And if it doesn't, then that wasn't a solution that worked, and that's fine, because if we keep trying, that's what will actually make the difference in the world. Yeah. Oh. So yeah, from that, this is now part 5, and part 5 is the end. Thank you for watching. It's not completely over. It is part 5 for a reason. Let me know what you think of this. I know there's already some issues that I've noticed, including like its length, which, you know, I would love to have been more cohesive, but one of the problems with the whole boycott is that it was done so quickly and without infrastructure to maintain it and also make it long lasting. A project like this had to come out early, which means that my ability to write notes was lacking. So it would be for future ones or future presentations like this, it would be more cohesive because I would make sure to like take my time on them. But I want to do more topics, like there's been a lot of discussions about safe for work and not safe for work topics, and I would like to explore like different kinks and explain like the nuances as to why they're safe for work or not safe for work, because at points people just go like, oh, it's like somebody said like TF is always not safe for work, and like it's dumb. Like, what is TF? Is TF like when somebody grows big? Is TF when somebody turns into a werewolf? If I turn water into gas, is that TF? Is making pasta not safe for work? Chefs may disagree. So like, I want to discuss things like that. I think that would be really interesting. I'd like to do essays on like games as well, and because there are some games I would like to learn more about, and also how to draw, because I think that would be really useful for teaching people new things without actually like have the process of like why things are happening in my head rather than just watching it and kind of trying to figure it out, because people can learn from that. I think that's useful, and then I can turn these things into videos one day and also learn like the errors, or like if I didn't explain something well enough and stuff like that. So I think that is really good. So yeah. Also, I can't believe we're ending on this song. Yeah. Yeah, that is very true. It can go incredibly wrong for like mascots and stuff, which is what has happened in the past, and it's sad. But also, I think that it can be done well. It just depends on how the dice rolls. But, like, it historically, such things have worked, or have made like the medicine go down easier. So like, it's not a thing that has never happened. It's one of those things of like, that's an actual thing of like, oh, maybe this will happen. You can make plans of trying to reduce the chance of bad things happening, which is an actual plan of like, if you do this, it will make it to where, like, if you have most people use the raccoon for progressive ideas, people will, like, dumbasses will like do weird shit. But if people keep the cuteness and do that stuff, then like when trolls usually try to make things into like disgusting things, so like if you keep something cute, it's harder to like ruin it. There's still ways, because like Pepe kind of did that, but there are definitely ways to do it. It's just stats, and yeah. I just want the character to like be a point of like, or I guess point of contact is, or point of reference sort of thing, where it's like you use it as an anchor to start a conversation. It's an icebreaker. There we go. An icebreaker to start talking about something, and then also just a fun way to like draw something, so that it's just like, hey, you know, I'm adding to the collection of this character. And people, and like it'll transform into different things. If like enough people take it, it's a meme basically, where like people transform into different things, and sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, and hopefully you just hope for like the best outcome. And like if you get enough people who are doing the good parts of it, then you can go really far. It's how TikTok has like made so many good videos. It's because people use that platform so well. So and people are already doing it. It's just one other way to do the thing. Also, yeah, I don't like the argument of like TF and Vore have been in kids shows, because like if you look at old cartoons, a lot of bad things have been in kids cartoons, and no one has batted an eye. So I think like talking about like TF, actually I'll give an example of TF. TF is primarily about the transmutation of identity, physicality, and surroundings. So when you're talking about TF, you actually have to be more specific, because the furry fandom's version is like you have turned an object into something else, or you've changed somebody's identity. It's generally transformation generally isn't seen as like transforming your surroundings. Like most people don't view it that way, but it is like if you terraform something, you are transforming it. So if you're actually going to have a discussion of why something is not safe for work in TF, you're going to have to discuss what part of the identity or object transmuting or surrounding transmuting actually turns it into not safe work. And you'll find, like personally, I find a lot of the time that the not safe work aspect is something that has to be interjected purposely, rather than something that is inherent. So like if you turn a rock into water, that's not safe work. But if you turn a rock into water and it starts dripping on the paw, that's hyper realistic, well then we have a different story. Also, I mean, I've shown people TF artwork, because like werewolves, you can just go like, oh cool, have you seen this werewolf? It's like super cool, and it's like, oh cool, that's nice artwork of a transformation. And either people will be like, oh, I don't like transformation because that changes your physicality, but they won't say it that way. But like some people don't like when things, like when you change, because that is a concerning concept at points, which is a very interesting discussion to have. But a lot of times people will just be like, oh, that is neat. And that's really it. Most people like werewolf stories. Twilight was a big thing for a reason. Also, yeah, you get into the definition of not safe work, but my version of not safe work is generally like information being contextualized in a mature sense, and mature being like gore, dark, depressing topics, and sex. So like that it gets kind of narrow but also broad, because then you can actually discuss some things like two-piece bathing suits are not safe for work anymore, but also are, depending on which age group you go with and who you're talking to. Because back in the day, if a woman had a two-piece bathing suit that like covered like only like the navel, like your belly button was showing, like that would be scandalous. And nowadays, like, you know, people like don't care. They'd be like, oh, you're really prudish for having such a large bathing suit. So it's a time. Oh, well, thank you for saying that. I'm glad that I was engaging, because I rambled a lot here. So hopefully in the future I do even better, because I can definitely be more cohesive if I have more notes and more planning. And also I only got to rehearse like once for like 20 minutes. So that's why this was also really long, because I was trying to process how I was trying to say things as well, which isn't great. So in the future, like if you give me an hour of practice, I can generally cut it down by a lot, or like do a lot better. I would like mozzarella sticks. Mozzarella sticks are good. Actually, don't tell Zaz, I got ice cream as like, and I was gonna try to pass it off as water because I'm still drinking the water. But yeah, I did get ice cream. So I'm gonna eat the ice cream really quickly, because it's now soup. Hog. Okay. Also, yeah, I'll try to share this with like my streamer friends and stuff. I'm also gonna try to make like a bean version, like the corner one, and like have that be like a fun thing people can add to their stream. And yeah. Again, I don't know if it'll work, because it's a tactic that's already been like in the works for a lot of other things. But like if it does work, that'd make me happy. If it doesn't, then like again, there's other things to do. If you guys want to try and put it out there as a thing of like a starting point to talk about these discussions, or even people's personal discussion, like it maybe somebody has like, or say dyslexia, say that like the raccoon is holding a book and is like confused about it, and it's like, oh, why is the raccoon confused about the book? And it's like, oh, because they have dyslexia, and this is what dyslexia is. Or like, you know, more casually than that, I guess, but like it's stuff like that can be transformed into some good. Even if some people are, again, if it does get popular or something like that, or even if it doesn't and the right people just see it, it can be trashed, but hopefully it does better than that. Also, yeah, I would have to do multiple TF streams for the topic, because like the three broad topics of like physicality, identity, and surrounding is already like 5 hours if you get too much into it. So I would definitely have to like spread it out, otherwise it'd be a really bad time. Also, hello, I hope you're doing well, Grizzly. There are the VODs. Actually, I may try to put the VODs out onto YouTube. I'll see if I can or not. I'm not sure. I kind of want to just take clips of it. But I know there's probably people who would have watched it that have missed it. The VODs will be around for like 3 months or something, so at least there's that. But I may make a YouTube video too. But definitely I'm gonna clip it, because I'm sure that I have said some smart things at least at some point in this. It's been a few hours, so hopefully I've at least said one good thing. Ooh. Also, for anyone who wants to TF, I do have a TF command. You can TF. Oh, I got an owl. Oh. I can go swoosh and turn my head. Oh, I can't break this to like turn my head 360. That's sad. Do you want mozzarella sticks? Chad, do you too want mozzarella sticks from Zaz? Also, I don't know. Vore is something that like I actually haven't thought about that much because like I don't care about it. Like I'll make jokes about it and stuff, but like my actual opinion. Also, hang on. Oh, my mic's gonna fall. Okay, my actual opinion of Vore, like this is my 110 serious opinion. I'm gonna be large face for this. I don't care about Vore. I used to care in the sense of like I thought it was like, oh, it's really bad because like you're basically talking about murder through the digestion of of other people, and then after a while I realized like, oh, that's a dumb thought. Like yes, technically you can get that, which is why I still don't like hard Vore. I actually am very against hard Vore, but for like everything else, it's like the way that people are representing the kink and also like using it, like at points you can actually have safe work, but I don't know, it would be like a gray area safe work, and also it would be you would have to have that frame of mind, and I don't think a lot of people would have that frame of mind. So it would be an interesting presentation because I'd have to learn more about Vore, because I don't know. I know enough because so many people like Vore around me, but like I'd actually have to look into it more to actually like have a more not bad take and also more nuanced take of like why I would consider something as not safe work in Vore, rather than just being like, oh, you have been eaten, woo notices you and your acid, sort of thing. Yeah, those differences are fun though. Or I guess if you like discussing a topic, those differences become really fun because then you get to have like whole new scenarios about things. If you're trying to be more exact so things can get done, that's when you have to be a lot more accurate, and hopefully people come together, which that's called a group, which is one of the things that can be done for all this stuff, is that if you get a group together and like even with a small group of your friends and stuff and get stuff done, you can do a lot, and that's what's important, is to find people that like can help you along to different degrees and things get done. It's how our society runs currently, but it could be done better if we acknowledge that fact and use it more. This is my first presentation stream. I've made it special just for the boycott because I thought that it was something useful. So I probably will have presentations in the future. I'm not sure about a schedule because like I rushed this one, and I think that it's actually bad for it because I don't think I got through everything that I wanted to. I will need to. Oh, actually, hang on. Speaking of not going through stuff, here's my source page. I did not have time to put all the sources in here, and the music is very accurate, so. Also, you can't see because I'm like blocking some of the links, and the presentation did like weird triggers to like turn on some of the things, so like it's my source pages are a mess. I put enough information to where most of the stuff can be found if you just like look at the image. And like some stuff like Jeff Bezos is literally just Googling like Jeff Bezos' net worth. So hopefully I've added enough sources and stuff to be fine. Some of the pictures are from PowerPoint's Bing search thing. And I just picked ones that were like, oh, you are allowed to use it for commercial use. And I was like, okay. So they were basic things like if there's a bus, I just typed in bus. If there's a worker, I just typed in worker, or community, or like that's basic. I use really basic terms. So. Oh. Okay, now we have the actual screen. I think Klaus gave this to me. I think this is Ludwig's playlist. It's a very weird time. Oh, that's the last song. Okay, interesting. But yeah. I will try to do more presentations. I'll probably announce presentations ahead of time so that it's not just like immediate. And also, it gives me time to actually like focus on different aspects and write up like the things for them. So I actually have better notes than just super ramble. And I guess I'll also try to get like more 3D models. That's a much like farther future thing. But I'll try to do that because I've wanted to do that, but like for presentations, I think that'd be fun. I just need to automate stuff as well. So that will be a time. Also, so an example of bringing up the raccoon as representation is just something like right now where it's like actually I'll do the simple one, is my bean that goes roar. The people will go like, oh, that's cute, cute thing, who made that? And it's just like, oh, I made that because I'm an artist. And like that's bringing up the topic of like I'm an artist. So it can be just simple things like that. If you have the raccoon and it's just like, oh, did you draw that? And it's like, no, I didn't draw that. It's for it was an idea for trying to bring awareness to Twitch stuff. And they'll like either go like, oh, that's neat, and like move past it, or they'll go like, wait, what Twitch stuff? And it's like, oh, it's Twitch was having hate raids. Twitch was allowing gambling for children. They weren't doing enough accessibility stuff, blah blah. And you can then somebody can either go again like, oh, that's neat, or like, oh man, I didn't know about that, and then they'll research it later, or they'll go like, oh, well, can you tell me more about that? And either you can go like, well, I don't know much about this portion, so like if you go to this X source, you can learn more, or if you search up X thing, specific X thing, you can learn more. Or if you know about the topic, you can go like, oh, well, yeah, I would love to talk about it right now, unless you're busy. Then you're like, I would love to talk about it, but I can't right now, I'm busy. Would you mind messaging me like at this time at this address, or like, oh, I would love to talk in like 10 minutes. Would you be free in 10 minutes and stuff like that? Or you can have just short things too, where it's like, oh, this raccoon, yeah, it was for awareness to bring, it was to bring awareness towards the hate raids on Twitch as a way to find a solution to fix these problems by bringing awareness. And it's like, oh, well, the awareness is the point. And it's like, cool, yeah, if you want like to help, then again, go to X. You always want to try to direct people to go to a new thing if you don't have the information. It's the same tactic for trying to get Twitch to do something. You want to get to the person who can actually do something. So helping people along is more important than anything else. So as long as you have like, just like it can be a cookie cutter thing too, where you don't need to be like, oh, I have to think of something new every time. It can literally just be like a business does this all the time. You can go to like, McDonald's, go like, what do they say? Hi, welcome to McDonald's. How may I take your order? That is a cookie cutter phrase that they say that basically is like, you are at the drive-thru or you're at the cashier's thing. They want to take your order. So they're saying a phrase to make it so that you know what place you're at, so that you're not like, oh, am I at Taco Bell? Like, no, you're at McDonald's. And then their specific job is to take your order. So just take your order. So you just do things like that. You can say the direct thing. Also, that's cute. That's a very cute doggo. Or fox. It is a very cute canine. Emoji. Carbon. Also, yeah, a lot of cartoons also like violence as like the punchline, so like that's a thing in of itself, which is interesting. I sometimes have disagreements with that still, but it is a fun, or it's an interesting thing. Sometimes I find like it's boring, actually, like the old Bugs Bunny cartoons and stuff I don't like, because a lot of the punchlines are like, haha, I have hit Daffy Duck, or like I've been mean to this person. And I've never found enjoyment in that. But I also then liked Funniest Home Videos as a child, so it's a weird thing. Also, yeah. Well, I don't think adding logic to it ruins the magic. I think that it can like. So magic is something that's said as like, oh, it's a mystery beyond you, but also wizards learn like try to learn all the spells from books so that they can enhance the magic. and be able to do it themselves. And it doesn't mean that the magic goes away, it just means that the context for that magic is different. So I think that if you're a person who wants to like not ruin the magic but just see it from a different point of view, then you can go into depth about like, okay, well, what's the logic of this? Why is this magical? How can I make it more magical? How does it make it less magical? Stuff like that. I think that's a lot healthier of a way to deal with like information like that, or any information, because it means that you can explore topics and not ever have them be ruined, but only enhanced. Unless you're in like a super dark topic, in which case the enhancement is that it gets darker. So sometimes enhancements are bad. Sometimes it's okay to leave it at magic, not because it's like, oh, it ruins the magic, but because it's like, I don't want to learn this dark art. Too arcane. No, okay. Also, Jeffrey Mage, thank you for the host. That's very cool of you to do. Also, you're fine. It's fine to not know social nuance. I myself am very dumb with social nuance, and I've only gotten better over time because I have failed a lot, and I'm now failing a tiny bit less, and that is really the only difference. I've learned by making a lot of mistakes. Sometimes big oopses, sometimes small, but again, I think one of the hopefully am I fine? Okay, I think I'm fine. As long as trying is the only thing that anyone can ever ask of you. As long as you try your best, and yeah, just try, then you're doing good. If you fail, that just means that it's an opportunity to try again, and that's it. If somebody ever is angry at you for trying, then don't listen to them, or at least like if they're being awful about it, don't listen to them, because that means that they're not a good teacher, because there are many people who are willing to talk through with you, or at least be kind. And I think that's important to turn in kind as well. I mean, if somebody wants to turn this into a pin, they can. I don't do pins, so I may do pins in the future, but I have no ability to do that currently. And yeah, that's the raccoon's public domain. It can just do, anyone can take it and do whatever they want. I just want people to do good with it. That's basically it. Also, good morning. Restaurant, boba, confused. That's all I got for word prompts. Yeah, magic is fun. I like magic a lot because it's one of those things too of like, how does magic work? Or like a lot of things in life are like magic. Like computers are basically magic. But if you start learning about them, you can control that magic more. You can understand like, oh, why do character sets work the way they do? Oh, why do video games work the way they do? And like it, like knowing that, what's a game like Jak and Daxter is made up of assembly, which is basically lines of code to push around numbers to create a certain effect, doesn't ruin the magic of being able to control Jak and Daxter. It just means that you can fly your board into oblivion. Also, thank you. You're welcome. You don't want to say anything else? Okay, Zaz is gone. Zaz doesn't want to say anything else. Okay. Also, I think I'm going to be on for, what is it, 10 more minutes? And then I won't raid anyone today because I feel like that's rude from all the stuff that I talked about. Because I think that you all should go make your own communities, or like go make your own connections and stuff like that, and try to do your best with solutions. And you know, I don't need to make the autoplay for you. I think it's fine to not do that. But next time I'm gonna do a raid because again, all the engagement and stuff, and also I want boba. I want boba. I want to be able to eat the boba. Yes. Zaz and me are very, very close roommates. Like, if you go to his stream, usually I invade him because, like, I try to be quiet, and then he always like calls me towards him. So like, I get on his stream a lot of the time. Also, computers aren't scary, or like they seem scary, but once you learn about them, you realize that they're very dumb machines, and that our lives being connected to them is kind of concerning at points in that aspect. But at the same time, it's like, it makes it's the dumbness is actually the complexity, and or let me rephrase that. How dumb it is makes it complex because you're like, if you want to make a computer add 2 plus 2 forever, you can. But what if a computer that is adding 2 plus 2 together forever can make like a timeline? And what if that timeline makes it to where every two ticks, you process another program, and all of a sudden you have a run cycle for a video game? It's a very abstract and dumb way of thinking about it, but then if you actually look at it, it's like, oh, games work like this. And then the complexity becomes like, okay, well, what's the ticks for? How long are the ticks? Blah, blah. And then the complexity comes into like what nuance you're actually going to put into it, which then becomes a lot of fun. And, you know, it makes a lot of sense too. But also, once you get into like larger programs, it's like, oh, well, why is this thread acting this way? And you have to learn that whole rabbit hole. So it becomes black magic in the sense of like, it's just unknown, but it's learnable. It just, sometimes it takes a lot of time. Okay, simpler way is that, say that you're walking to, or actually, say that you have a hamster wheel and it has a piece of tape on it and on like one corner of it. And when you spin it, you see the tape go around. If you spin it fast enough, you'll actually like see a red circle. It's not actually a circle. It's just that it's spinning so fast that to your perception, it looks like a circle, which means that if you, instead of a red tape, add like a little light to it, you could make it spin and then turn on the light at certain points to spell out wording. And that's how you get those like little word fans. It's because you're calculating this, like the spinning of the fan, and then you're turning on the lights at a certain point, so then it looks like letters are going across the fan. And that's a really simple thing, but it's basically just like figuring out like, okay, this thing is gonna spin forever. It hypothetically, how do I pinpoint where in the spin should I light up the fan so that it makes this effect that a human can see? But if a 4D god looked at it, it would just see a frozen fan of like, oh, you're putting these points here. Because human eyes are dumb and brains are slow. Because brains work on the similar sense. Actually, that's a better way of explaining it. Okay, so if you want a real life version of the tick system, or like a system that is delayed so that you take in information before you actually output it, your body does that. Your brain does this all the time, otherwise you'd be overloaded with senses. So if you touch the bottom of your foot and touch the nose at the same time, you'll feel it at the same time, but that's not possible because electricity takes time to travel, and your nerve endings are a lot longer to the brain. It takes a lot longer to travel from your brain to your foot than it does from your nose to your brain. So your brain actually waits a second and goes like, I'm gonna wait for all sensory input to come in this time frame to see if I've been touched at the same time. And then if you touch it at the same time, the brain's like, whoa, I've been touched at the same time technically, because like I'm just gonna say it is. And then it outputs it to your brain. You're like, whoa, I've touched my foot and my nose at the same time. And it's cool. Bodies are neat. Computers actually copy a lot of human things, which is neat. Also, I will be streaming today because technically it's Thursday. So I'll stream later today. I'm not sure what I'm streaming yet. I may stream something relaxing because I've done this presentation for a long time. And then next week I'll have to actually do work and not keep playing games, which would be a good thing. Oh, I knew I would do it. I made a scene, an extra scene, so that if I accidentally hit the button, I wouldn't immediately leave the presentation, and I was smart for doing that. I'm now big Koor because it is close to time to go. So big. Also, just as a side note, thank you everyone again for coming. This is actually a large stream compared to normal. Every time that I do talking streams like this, I actually get a lot of viewership, which means that, like, in my mind, it means that, like, if I talk about things, I'm actually not boring, which I like. That makes me feel happy inside. So thank you everyone for, like, listening and watching. It makes me happy. Also, I'm glad that, like, this, whole presentation did okay, because that means that maybe it can help in the future in a small way, or maybe in a big way. Time will tell. Oh, hey, where? Oh yeah, there's a VOD. The VOD will be good to watch. I'll also try to clip things. Maybe I'll do that Thursday. And now that I feel like that would be boring to go like, let me watch Koor, clip Koor. If you guys watch through the VOD again, or if anyone watches the VOD, maybe take some clips of things that you think I said that are nice. If you feel like it. Yeah. That'd be cool. But have a good night. Where? But yeah, it's computers. If you go slow, computers are hard because a lot of nerds like to talk a lot about it. Because, like, if you really learn about computers, they're really, really basic. So if you know that basic stuff, it, like, goes into a bunch of other things very quickly. But if you get somebody who's, like, calm enough to go, like, we're gonna talk just about the basics, then you quickly learn that it's like, oh, this is baby. And it's very, again, it's kind of scary in the sense that, like, our lives depend on these machines that are very basic if you actually start looking into them. But they become complex because all the little parts become a big whole, which, you know, is kind of like this presentation and its theme of, like, if everyone does something small and it collectively goes to a big thing, then a lot of things can happen. Like make a computer. Oh, Mario K. Maddox, thank you for the raid. That's very kind of you to do. I hope you had a good time. Oh. Wait. Oh, I don't have it on this screen? Well, okay, well, thank you for the raid. I don't know why I didn't show up on this screen. I have the folder. Okay. I'm gonna have to fix these if I do the presentation again. Error 2 is fixing that, and also I need to, like, give back some stuff. Also, whoa, what were you playing? Oh, Overwatch, nice. We're about to end the stream actually, because it's 1 minute past my time. Because I've been streaming for a very, very long time. But this VOD, or the VOD that will be saved, was an important presentation about the boycott that happened on Twitch today. If you don't know about it, I would highly recommend watching the VOD. And hopefully we all can do good things in the future and make Twitch and the rest of places a better place. Yeah. Also, technological determinism is an interesting, like, concept. I've not thought about that, but that would be interesting to look into. Okay, speedrun. I am doing okay. I hope you are doing well, Linus. Also, Mario, Saru, and Alexa R, thank you for the follow. Hope you have a fun and pure time the next time I stream, which will be tomorrow. Maybe later than 4. It depends on how much sleep I get today and what I have to do tomorrow, because I rushed this presentation a lot, so I need to do a few things. But yeah. Also, yeah, kind of like ant colonies. That is another system of small things becoming a large whole and working together to do good things, which I think is nice. Yeah, it's time to end. I don't have an end screen because yeah. So I'm gonna just type out my stuff. I have a Discord if you'd like to ever talk in there. I'm quiet, but I may also try to do, depending on if I can get other streamers to do things and stuff too, or like if people have good plans, I may actually be able to use that as a way to talk about different information stuff, which I think would be nice. If you want to know about my stuff, and also to support my stuff other than Twitch, to maybe pressure Twitch into doing more by actually hitting their bottom line over time. Then I have other places, but I asked to myself. We're gonna ignore that. I meant to type that. Okay. We're just gonna type it out because I'm a dummy apparently. I swear. Oh, maybe I did website. Whatever. Purecore.com. It has my other links to other things if you like to engage with those, or would like to support me through that instead of Twitch. And yeah, that is it. Well, thank you again for coming and hanging out. Yeah, I hope you have a very good night, everyone. Bye.